House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., April 9th, 2025. I hereby appoint the Honorable Mike Collins to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Holy God, have your own way this day. You who are the potter, take us. Mold and make us according to your divine design, prepared to live into your grace plan for our service to you and to this country. If our hearts are hardened and do not yield to your truth, soften them, that they would not resist your desire that we love as you love, without partiality or prejudice. If in our incredibly busy lives, our attention and intentions toward you are distracted, focus our eyes on you, that all else would find its proper place in light of your truth. If our wills are inclined to our own desires, conforming to the habits and predilections of this day and age, direct our souls and straighten our paths, that we would be transformed and our minds renewed by your perfect will. On this day, and the days you allow us to serve in this place, may we, who are the work of your own hands, prove pleasing to you. In the redemption found only in your name do we pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Everyone, including our guests in the gallery, are invited to participate.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches from each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's not real easy to pass legislation around here. It takes a lot of process. And it's not real easy to get elected, whether it's here or for the presidency. So there's a lot that has been bestowed power-wise in those that are elected. And for the situation we're seeing more and more lately, to have one judge to be able to step in and say, I don't like that, and set aside an executive order or set aside a law that isn't necessarily even a constitutional problem, but more philosophical, that's completely wrong. A district court judge should not be able to block a national policy just because they disagree with it. So Rep. Darrell Iss's bill puts an end to nationwide injunctions where one judge, often with a political agenda, overrides the will of the voters and halts policies meant to improve our economy, secure our borders, or cut government waste. Judges were never meant to act as the veto on the executive branch. Their job is to rule in the cases before them, not sweeping national edicts well outside of their judicial district. That's what's happening. We've seen activist judges block federal employee reforms, stall border security measures, and obstruct regulatory rollbacks. A single judge in San Francisco even stopped the termination of probationary federal employees, interfering with efforts to make government more efficient. It's wrong. We need to pass H.R. 1526. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Seek to address the House for a minute and to revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I spent the weekend listening to my constituents, and it damn near broke me. I heard from seniors worried about Musk's attacks on Social Security and Medicaid, small businesses confronting bankruptcy from Trump's tariffs, and parents seeing their college and retirement savings wiped out. I met with teachers worried about students who don't have the resources to weather the hardship so casually inflicted by this White House. Federal employees who had lost their jobs but were more concerned about the veterans and seniors and kids with disabilities they could no longer serve. Medical researchers whose work fighting cancer and pandemics had been abandoned by this White House. I heard from veterans stunned that they'd been fired for no reason. Volunteer firefighters who had lost FEMA funding. A dry cleaner terrified that her family would be deported even though they have no criminal records and are legally in this country. And mental health specialists fighting opioid and fentanyl addiction whose funding was canceled. So my question for House Republicans is, what does it take to get you to stand up for Americans? I yield my time, but not my outrage.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to remember and honor the life of my friend Joshua King of Weatherford, Texas. Joshua was a man of strong faith, a dedicated Texas patriot, and a loving family man. Spiritually and physically, he embodied what it means to be a good husband, father, and son. He was a giver who spent his time and energy making the world a better place. Throughout his battle with cancer, he stayed faithful to God and always trusted in the Lord. No matter the situation, he always managed to see the good in life and to see the good in people. He loved baseball, and he loved the Texas Rangers, the outdoors, and cherished spending time with loved ones. Joshua will be remembered for his strength, his courage, selflessness, faithfulness, and he touched people he never knew he touched. My prayers are with his family, who are my dear friends, and all their friends during this difficult time. In God we trust. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Francis Garber Pepper, a fearless and focused giant in the fight for democracy, women's rights, and a better world, who passed away on March 28th. Francie meant so much to so many, whether it was an unwavering love, energy, compassion as wife, mother, grandmother, friend, neighbor, activist, or her vigorous advocacy for women. People ask me all the time, what women have been an inspiration to you? Personally, first and foremost, of course, was my mother. Officially, our former colleague, Lindy Boggs, Chairwoman Boggs, Ambassador Boggs, and politically, Francie Pepper. As a trailblazer of her own path, Francie was truly the epitome of women helping women, and I'm so pleased that her legacy will carry on through a namesake fund that will help survivors and families of domestic violence. May it be a comfort to all of Francie's her family, her beloved husband, John, children, John, David, Doug, and Susan, her entire family, and all her loved ones, that so many people mourn their loss and pray for them at this sad time. Mr. Speaker, at this time, I ask unanimous consent that the tribute written by Francie's son, David Pepper, be printed in the Congressional record. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Without objection. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Monster Energy American Motocross Association professional supercross rider Aaron Plessinger on his remarkable victory and his second career win under what many are calling the worst conditions in track history this year. This wasn't just a race, it was a test of endurance, resilience, and unwavering determination. In the face of deep ruts, relentless mud, and brutal terrain, Mr. Plessinger, the cowboy, displayed not only exceptional athleticism, but also the kind of mental toughness that defines true champions. His performance serves as an inspiration, not only to inspiring athletes, but to Americans who know the success that often comes when the odds are stacked against them. Aaron, the cowboy, we salute your grit, your perseverance, and your example. Congratulations on a well-earned victory. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Consent to address the House for 1 minute and
revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The state of Florida is teeming with champions. I rise today to proudly congratulate Nova Southeastern University on winning the 2025 NCAA Division II Men's Basketball National Championship. The NSU Sharks, based in Davie in my South Florida Congressional District, have made our entire state proud. With a thrilling 74-73 victory over Cal State Dominguez Hills, they capped off a dominant 36-1 season to bring home their second national title in just 3 years. What an accomplishment. Led by head coach Jim Crutchfield and tournament MVP MJ Araldi, these Sharks showed grit, determination, and the excellence that defines Florida's student athletes. Their 23-game win streak to close the season is nothing short of extraordinary. These student athletes represent the very best of South Florida: excellence, pride, and heart. Their dedication, both on the court and in the classroom, is an inspiration to us all. To President Moon, the coaching staff, the students, and alumni, congratulations, and thank you for bringing another national championship back home to the Sunshine State. Go Sharks! I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the musical talents of Soren Morelli. Soren, a Brookville area high school junior, has once again earned the prestigious opportunity to perform with the Pittsburgh Symphony Orchestra. The student side-by-side program is highly competitive, selecting only the most dedicated and talented student musicians from across the region. Soren's invitation back for a second year is a testament of his exceptional talent on the violin and unwavering commitment to his craft. This opportunity is more than just a performance. It's a glimpse into the life of a professional musician. Over 8 weeks, Soren rehearsed and performed with the Pittsburgh Symphony Orchestra, gaining valuable experience that no doubt will shape his bright future in music education and conducting. Through his dedication to the Brookville orchestras, the PMEA festivals, and the Venango Symphony, Soren has set an example of what passion, discipline, and perseverance can achieve. Congratulations to Soren on this proud accomplishment. We all look forward to everything your future holds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Paige Beckers for her accomplishments in women's basketball and for leading the University of Connecticut women's basketball team to victory in the NCAA championship. Paige Beckers graduated from Hopkins High School in 2020. From an early age, she was known across Minnesota for her stellar basketball skills and her outstanding character. Paige's excellence led her to the University of Connecticut, where she was a dominant force in her NCAA Division I basketball. Over her career, she amassed many prestigious awards, including the ESPY's Best Female College Athlete and being selected as a first-team All-American 3 times. Winning the NCAA championship with UConn is a testament to her talent, resilience, and leadership on and off the court. Paige's teammates and coaches have praised her for her team-first mentality and her dedication to their sport. Paige serves as an inspiration and role model to athletes across the country, and I, along with the entire state of Minnesota, are incredibly proud of her and her accomplishments. We will cheer her on as she enters the 2025 WNBA draft, and we can't wait to see what's next for the remarkable Paige Beckers. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since President Donald Trump achieved a mandate from the American people, leftist judges have imposed multiple nationwide injunctions against his administration, exceeding their realm of power. Judges should not have the authority to unilaterally issue warnings that affect the entire nation. Today, House Republicans will vote on the No Rogue Rulings Act introduced by Congressman Darrell Issa. This will put a stop to the dangerous judicial activism that is prohibiting President Trump from implementing his agenda for the American families and for national security. This act will prevent partisan judges from abusing the Constitution and will uphold the system of checks and balances as stated in their granted authority. In conclusion, God bless our troops in the global war on terrorism continues. Open borders for dictators puts all Americans at risk of more 9/11 attacks imminent, as warned by the FBI. Trump is reinstituting existing laws to protect American families with peace through strength. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the stock market is decimated, almost 20% down, entering bear territory. At the same time, bond yields are skyrocketing, meaning ordinary Americans are going to have higher interest rates on their credit cards and their mortgages. It means we're going to have to pay more on our debt. At the same time, the dollar is declining and prices are going up, meaning it's going to be harder to afford groceries. Mr. Speaker, this is the most self-destructive, wealth-destroying policies any administration has undertaken in modern American history. They have tariffs at 1909 levels at 22.5%, making a global trade war. Businesses have lost confidence. There is only one way out. We need a reset of this president's economic team. Howard Lutnick was talking about building more screws in America as if we were living in the 19th century. Needs to go. We need new economic thinkers with this president who actually understand how the economy works and can turn things
Gentleman's
around.
time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to thank the courageous men and women responding to the historic ice storm that left tens of thousands without power across northern Michigan and the Upper Peninsula. 10 counties are under a state of emergency, and our grid suffered near total collapse under nearly an inch of ice. In the face of these challenges, linemen from Michigan and across the country have worked tirelessly in brutal conditions to restore power. This past weekend, I was able to meet with many of our first responders, police, firefighters, dispatchers, and emergency medical teams. They all answered the call, keeping our communities safe and our roads open. Their bravery, professionalism, and dedication embody the spirit of resilience and unity that defines northern Michigan. To all those affected, your determination has not gone unnoticed. My colleagues and I stand ready to support the state's request for federal assistance. Please join me in thanking these everyday heroes who rose to the challenge, helping us rebuild, recover, and emerge stronger. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. President Gerald Ford had a vision. He signed the Individuals with Disabilities in Education Act to protect the most vulnerable amongst us, special needs kids. One of the most cruel things I've seen in my time in Congress and with this administration is the attack on the public servants who promote and have never had the resources to really protect special need kids. This president has cut public servants at the Department of Education. 1,315 workers were fired. 572 accepted voluntary separation packages. 63 probationary workers were terminated. Programs for students with disabilities were moved to the Department of Health and Human Services, where 20,000 public servants were cut in January. There are approximately 7.5 million special needs kids in this country protected by IDEA and the Department of Education. They rely on the public servants that were just fired and eliminated. The number of students served by IDEA has grown by over 1 million in the last decade. The administration has gutted the Office of Civil Rights, which protects these students from disabilities with
Gentleman's
discrimination.
time has expired.
This is outrageous.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and celebrate the Sierra Pacific girls basketball team for their incredible 2025 season. Last month, the Lady Bears won the CIF Central Section Division II Championship. This was the highest CIF Central Division a team has won in Sierra Pacific high school history and the highest division a team has ever competed in. These athletes showed grit, heart, and determination all season long. Their championship win isn't just a testament to their talent, but also their discipline. Wins like this don't just happen. They are earned through constant practice, tough losses, and in never giving up on one another. They worked hard and trained all year for this, and I'm honored to stand here today to celebrate them. To the players, coaches, and families, congratulations. You've made us all in the Central Valley very proud. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does a gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor the heroes of the 4th Fighter Wing at Seymour Johnson Air Force Base in Goldsboro, North Carolina. Air Combat Command Commander Ken Wilsbach awarded 31 incredible, amazing airmen from the 4th Fighter Wing high-level decorations. The ceremony recognized the airmen for their rapid response and performance in the largest air-to-air engagement in over 50 years. When faced with unprecedented threats, courage and bravery surged to the forefront. Our service members defended U.S. coalition partners, including Israel, embodying the true essence of service. These airmen, receiving well-deserved decorations, surrounded by their family and friends, have rightly earned our nation's gratitude. America, here's what heroes look like right here, and I'm so proud of each and every one of them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today we recognize the achievements of several students from my district who accepted their appointment to the Service Academy. These students demonstrate not just academic achievement, but also strong devotion to our country. Young students like these will become our nation's leader in the future. It was my honor to call these students this weekend to congratulate them on this true accomplishment. Congratulations to Libby Russell and Zana Paraskevas, who were accepted to the United States Military Academy at West Point. Congratulations to Savion Kirby, Natalie Doig, Audrey Ponton, and Max Prez, who were accepted to the United States Air Force Academy. And congratulations to Victoria Nelson, who was accepted into the United States Naval Academy. I am proud to represent each one of them in the United States House of Representatives. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. Pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, the clerk received the following message from the Secretary of the Senate on April 9th, 2025 at 11:08 a.m. that the Senate passed Senate 160, Senate 423. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Clerk.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 284, I call up Senate Joint Resolution 28, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5, United States Code, of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Consumer Financial Protection related to defining larger participants of a market for general use digital consumer payment applications, and ask for its immediate consideration before the House.
The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution 28, Joint Resolution disapproving the rule submitted by the Bureau of Consumer Financial Protection relating to defining larger participants of a market for general use digital consumer payment applications.
Pursuant to House Resolution 294, the joint resolution is considered read. The joint resolution shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Financial Services, or their respective designees. The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes Mr. Hill from Arkansas.
I thank the Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the resolution under consideration.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself now such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in strong support of this resolution to overturn the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau's deeply flawed final rule on larger participants in general use digital payment applications. Sounds complicated, Mr. Speaker, but it's not. This is a midnight rule created by the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, and it's overly broad and it's imprecise. It treats a wide variety of digital payment applications, peer-to-peer apps, digital wallets, e-commerce tools, as though they are identical simply because they facilitate payments and serve a large number of users. But these products are not the same. They serve different models, operate under different rules, and pose different kinds of consumer risks. This kind of regulatory overreach is bad enough on its own. But what makes this rule especially concerning is the process by which it was created. The CFPB's approach to carry out this rulemaking is a clear example of undemocratic and unjustified action. The CFPB gave the public just 30 days to comment on this proposal. 30 days for businesses across the country, members of Congress, state regulators, and the public to weigh in on a rule that has potentially profound consequences for digital commerce, one of the most rapidly growing portions of financial services and fintech. In addition, the Bureau rushed to finalize the rule in the waning days of the Biden administration, ignoring much of the stakeholder feedback and pushing it through to try and insulate it from future scrutiny or reconsideration. Now, this is not the first time that the CFPB has issued rules without sufficient transparency or process. In fact, members on both sides of the aisle during my years in Congress have routinely criticized the CFPB for rushing matters, not following the process, not giving the public sufficient time to criticize and critique its proposals. But, Mr. Speaker, this needs to be the last time that the CFPB does this. In a post-Chevron deference world, Congress must step in and assert our Article I authority over independent agencies that stray beyond their statutory authority, bypass the legislative process, and undermine the public trust. Let's be clear. There's no apparent evidence of widespread consumer harm that justifies this rule. There's no demonstrated market failure here. What we have instead is an agency stretching its mandate in a way Congress never intended. By allowing this final rule to remain intact, we are affirming that scale alone justifies the regulation, meaning size, scope alone justifies the regulation, regardless of the conduct, the risk, or harm to a consumer. This CFPB approach violates decades of balanced principles in assessing and implementing regulations in finance. And it's certainly not the barometer that Congress intended for the CFPB to use when interpreting their authorities. This is not responsible, risk-based regulation. It's a shortcut to control applied without the justification that both consumers and innovators deserve. Some may try to frame this argument as a gift to big tech. That's a distraction. This is not about defending large companies. This is about defending good governance, our legislative authority, and the public's right to be part of major, costly regulatory decision-making. If we allow this rule to stand, we're setting a dangerous precedent, one where federal agencies can bypass Congress, ignore public input, and rewrite rules largely behind closed doors. This is a precedent that we cannot afford to set, regardless of who's in the White House or who's in the crosshairs. Mr. Speaker, the CFPB operated without accountability or transparency. It has undermined consumer protections, stifled innovation, and eroded the public trust. I encourage my colleagues to support this resolution and reassert the proper role of Congress in setting the regulatory agenda and shaping sound financial policy, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. Gentlewoman from California. For purposes, the gentlewoman from California seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I rise today in strong opposition to H.J. Res. 28, a partisan Congressional Review Act resolution that will block the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau from supervising payment apps offered by big tech firms like Apple and Google. Before I explain why this bill is bad, let us not ignore that President Trump and co-President Musk are tearing down key government agencies and programs as we speak, like the CFPB and Social Security. Last week, the president launched a global trade war against the rest of the world, including our friends, resulting in a record two-day loss of $6.6 trillion in wealth. Fed Chair Powell warned that these tariffs will lead to higher inflation and job losses. Later today, Republicans will try to pass the president's budget that is loaded with $7 trillion in tax cuts for Musk and the other big tech billionaires, all while they are slashing Medicaid by $880 billion and walking into our agencies and firing people. Employees, some have been working 10, 15, and 20 years and telling them to get out by 5 o'clock. And I absolutely respect the chair of the Committee on Financial Services, Mr. Hill, and what he does, but to talk about good government, he is absolutely defending what nobody would consider good government. We're in a chaotic position in the government of the United States of America. This is the worst that we've ever seen. We've never seen anything like this. As a matter of fact, I think it is a coup d'etat. And so I'm here today because instead of considering bills to lower costs for consumers, Republicans have called up yet another bill to help out the richest man on the planet. The richest man on the planet, who is a friend of Mr. Trump's, who has not been elected by anybody, who is absolutely controlling our government now. The firing of people, the destroying of agencies, all of that by an unelected billionaire who is intent on changing this government in ways that make it look like a dictatorship. Notably, this resolution will shield Elon Musk's X app, which will soon get into the payments business, from supervision and oversight by the CFPB. The CFPB oversees the largest banks and the services they provide to consumers, including their payment apps. However, until the large participant rule was issued, the CFPB did not have the authority to supervise and examine the payment platforms of big tech companies. In 2024, the CFPB leveled the playing field between big banks and big tech. This rule was necessary because big tech and other non-bank firms have increasingly offered mobile wallets and payment apps for consumers to use. While the same consumer protection laws that apply to the banks do not apply to these big tech firms. It is critical that the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau examine them to ensure they too are following the law. This will help the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau oversee these great big tech apps to protect the millions of consumers who use them and their digital wallets from fraud, to safeguard their sensitive personal data and prevent unfair, deceptive, or abusive practices. So let's be clear. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau's rule that Republicans want to repeal by passing H.J. Res. 28 imposes no new standards on these big, large payment apps. CFPB's rule simply allows the government to check that these companies are following the law, the very law that Congress passed to give the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau the authority to examine the largest big tech participants. Payment fraud is at its all-time high, and these payment apps play a big role in that increase. I have received more and more complaints from constituents who have been tricked, scammed, and defrauded out of their hard-earned money on these payment apps. And consumer use of payment apps is only increasing, with lower-income households experiencing a disproportionate share of complaints. Between 2018 and 2021, fraud-related complaints involving Venmo, Cash App, and other payment apps surged by over 460%, while financial losses skyrocket by more than 360%. Candidly, we should be working together across the aisle to tackle this rise in payment fraud, not undermining the authority of the agency that can enforce the law. This should not be a partisan issue. Instead, Democrats have to fight back against both Trump's efforts to kill the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau and Republican efforts to gut the authorities of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. But I'm hopeful that we're making progress to stop these efforts to protect big tech and predatory lenders. A district court judge blocked the Trump administration from dismantling the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau before the administration appealed the ruling. And even this terrible resolution before us received bipartisan opposition in the Senate. Mr. Speaker, as we stand here and discuss these anti-consumer CRAs today, our constituents are deeply concerned about losing Social Security and Medicaid because of the Elon Musk's reckless cuts to government. Families and business across America are struggling as Trump raises taxes on Americans nationwide through tariffs. It makes no sense to pass legislation that eliminates oversight of these big tech apps while millions of people are being defrauded, scammed, and basically ripped off. We see this bill for what it is. Oh, a thank you gift to Elon Musk and other big tech billionaires who came to Trump's rescue during the 2024 election. We all saw them front and center at Trump's inauguration. You saw those billionaires accompanying him. Why are all the billionaires getting together? Because they don't want to pay more taxes. They want to get rid of employees who are providing all kinds of services to the constituents of this country in order to pay less taxes for the richest people in the country. Well, all of them run companies that will directly benefit passing this resolution. Enough is enough. I urge members of this House to show some courage and stand up for consumers, stand up for the rule of law, and reject this harmful legislation. And so I reserve the balance of my time. I've got a lot more to say.
Gentleman from California reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and absolutely, I think members of this House should stand up for the rule of law, starting with Article 1, the legislative authority that we draft the statutes here. We direct the independent agencies how to do their rulemakings, under what conditions to do their rulemakings, how to evaluate their rulemakings, what is a reasonable amount of time to get public input. And we have the rights on behalf of the elected representatives of the American people to let our voices be known when a non-elected, to quote my good friend from California, unelected bureaucrat chooses to step beyond the bounds of the statute and do something not in keeping also with process. I want to now yield 5 minutes to my good friend, the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Flood, who serves as the subcommittee chair for the Housing and Insurance Subcommittee. Mr. Flood.
The gentleman from Nebraska is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank Chairman Hill for his attentiveness to this issue, and I'd like to thank my colleague in the Senate, my co-lead, Senator Pete Ricketts from Nebraska, for championing this effort and getting the resolution through the U.S. Senate in record time, in less than a week. He beat us to it. There's a lot of reasons to support this resolution, eliminating the larger participant rulemaking from the CFPB. Number one, think about this. The CFPB finalized this rule in the 11th hour in January, days before the transfer of power, well after other agencies stopped their rulemaking. Number two, the rule itself is effectively a regulatory power grab by the CFPB's outgoing Biden nominee, Mr. Chopra. By designating companies engaged in payments activities as larger participants, the Bureau will get to expand their examination authority over an amorphous and ill-defined group of firms with payments tools. Given their track record, I think it's fair to say that we should not be supporting greater exam reach for the CFPB. But I don't want our concerns to remain abstract. Let's take a look at some of the practical effects of CFPB examination that would have over these payment firms. First, let's take a look at some of the problems with how the rule actually distinguishes who is and is not a larger participant in payments. The rule does not only apply to tools where consumers are using wallets to exchange funds on a peer-to-peer basis, it also applies to any number of payment intermediaries that assist small businesses and merchants. For example, express checkout tools would be affected by this rulemaking. Let's say you want to buy an item on the website of a small retailer in Lincoln, Nebraska. If that website allows interfacing with express checkout tools, as many do, then you're going to see the effects from this rulemaking on their ability to easily accept payments from their customers. Congress aside, everybody in this room should fear what happens at my house when my wife does not have access to express checkout. According to a survey from the Small Business and Entrepreneurship Council, 53% of small business owners use express checkout tools. When asked whether express checkout services help their business succeed, 94% of small businesses agreed that the online payment tool is boosting their business's growth. Yet, despite the obvious potential for Main Street and small business effects from this rulemaking, the CFPB failed to conduct any substantive analysis of the effects this rulemaking would have on small businesses, or even conduct a sufficient cost-benefit analysis of the rulemaking more broadly. The reason? The Bureau was less interested in the cost of the rule than in expanding their own regulatory reach. This rule is a perfect example of regulate first, ask questions later, and that was the approach of Director Chopra. Ultimately, this style of regulation is going to chill innovation and hurt the smallest players that depend on these technologies to compete with the big guys. I'd like to submit a letter for the record led by myself with 20 Financial Services Committee Republicans in 2023 for the record.
Without objection.
In addition, the Bureau has consistently tried to imply their authority would not only apply to tech companies, but there's a chance they could bring merchants into their regulatory purview as well. The General Counsel of the CFPB said in a speech during Director Chopra's tenure that merchants might be implicated as large payment players in the future if they aren't quote-unquote mom and pops. Last year, in response to a question on the record from me on this topic, the director made the case that a merchant, quote, that incorporates payment capabilities directly into a website, end quote, could potentially blur the lines between banking and commerce and therefore be subject to the CFPB oversight in the future. However, Dodd-Frank explicitly calls for an exclusion for the merchants from the CFPB's regulatory purview. That idea that a merchant engaged in a commercial financial activity due to payment activities in the merchant's own store or website is outright ridiculous, and it represents yet another expansion of the CFPB's rapidly growing authority. Finally, I'd like to highlight another major concern with CFPB examination authority of these firms and what it would bring. The firms within the scope of this rulemaking are payments firms, but some of these firms also have a social media element to their business. If we fail to act here in Congress, you will have career bureaucrats from the CFPB with the authority to examine some of the most influential social media companies in the country behind the scenes. Do any of us really think that a liberal CFPB examiner would restrict their comments to only a social media company's payment activities? Are we sure they wouldn't provide some quote-unquote feedback on the free speech policies of Meta or X? Leaving this rulemaking in place could provide the next Democratic administration the tools they need to more directly influence even social media. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. Gentlewoman from California.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is interesting that my friend, Chairman Hill, raised process concerns over the CFPB, that is, Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, rule that would include following the Administrative Procedures Act. And so I just say, really? This doesn't make good sense. Trump and Elon Musk and Doge minions follow the law. Shouldn't they have to follow the law? Let me be clear. It is unconstitutional for the president to delete the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau or any other agency without congressional approval. With that, I will yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman, who is also the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Capital Markets.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 4 minutes.
We're here to deal with 2 regulations, the first dealing with payment systems, the second dealing with overdraft protection. And in both cases, I came here for the entertainment value, to watch Republican after Republican tell us how much they don't trust the Trump administration. It's as if Trump doesn't control the CFPB. The regulation we're considering now is just a regulation that says this is an area we're going to look at. And they're afraid the Trump administration will look at it. It doesn't do anything except begin a process. Why are we as to both of these CRAs? The effect is not only to erase what was done under the Biden administration, but prohibit the new administration from adopting any consumer protection. Why? Because they want zero consumer protection, and they want the Trump administration to have an excuse. And the excuse is Congress passed the CRA, we're prohibited from writing a regulation in that area. The Republican administration could rewrite these rules. Congress could overwrite these rules. Instead, we're erasing the rules and prohibiting other rules from being there. Then I spent this morning being told that we need to have cryptocurrency because it's going to be this great payment system. And for some reason, the payment systems that use U.S. dollars aren't good. And now I'm here on the floor being told that Venmo and its competitors are so wonderful that there should be absolutely no regulation. So on the one hand, we have to create a new currency for drug dealers, and on the other hand, the current system using the U.S. dollar shouldn't even be regulated because it's perfect. So why do we need to regulate here? First, to prevent excessive fees. Second, to prevent deception. But third, and this one's obvious, to prevent the loss of consumer money. Venmo is holding $7 billion of consumers' money. Now, if you have a tiny bank, a tenth, 100th the size of Venmo, you have to make sure that you have reserves. You can't take the money to the horse races. But Venmo, they can do anything with the money, and if they lose the $7 billion, well, you're a consumer, you're out of luck. And Trump can say it wasn't my fault because Congress prohibited us from having prudential regulations. If an entity is in the transactions business is going to hold $7 billion of consumer money, shouldn't we at least make sure that the money is still there? And shouldn't we make sure that they don't engage in Botswana currency swaps and other, or the highest risk transactions they can find to perhaps make a lot of money or lose all the consumers' money? Heads I win, tails the consumers lose. Let me take a minute or two to talk about the other regulation, because after you vote for against the first of these resolutions, you're going to feel so good that you're going to want to vote against the second one. This is the one that limits overdraft protection, overdraft fees to $5 for the big banks, the 175 biggest banks, or they can charge you what their actual cost is if it's more than $5. It requires disclosure of what these overdraft costs, fees are going to be. It will save American consumers $6.1 billion every year. So, if we're concerned about inflation, why shouldn't we tell the banks that overdraft is not a profit center? They recover their costs, maybe a little bit more, but you don't make the consumer turn to the consumer and say, you were so dumb you overdrafted, so we're going to hit you with a wild fee. I'll ask for another minute.
Another 30 seconds, please.
Gentleman's recognized for an additional 30 seconds.
So, do not vote to prohibit regulation of payment systems. Do not vote to prohibit limitations on overdraft protection. Do not vote to allow $6.1 billion to be transferred from your constituents to the biggest banks in the country. Vote no, and then vote no again.
Gentleman's time's expired. Gentleman from California reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. Gentlewoman from California.
I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia. Thank you.
Gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the ranking member. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, known as CFPB, was created for one reason: to protect everyday people from getting ripped off, especially when tech companies start acting like banks. If a tech company wants to be trusted with your money, it should play by the same rules as any bank. That's what the CFPB was doing, making sure the rules apply to everyone. But Elon Musk doesn't want to follow the rules. He wants to turn X, formerly known as Twitter, into a payment platform without any accountability, no rules. So if you get scammed, too bad, no refunds, nada. And the people who will get hurt, it's the people like those folks in my district that I represent. Young people, working families, folks just starting to save for the future. We're fighting to protect them because the CFPB just isn't a watchdog, it's a lifeline. And we're not going to stand by while Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and billionaire buddies try to kill it. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from California reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas.
I thank the Speaker. I want to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from North Carolina, the distinguished former Speaker of the House of North Carolina, who's a new member of the House Financial Services Committee, Mr. Moore. 1 minute.
Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of Joint Resolution 28, a joint resolution to overturn the CFPB's final rule targeting larger participants in general use digital consumer payment applications. This rule is a textbook case of regulatory overreach. It stems from a flawed process and applies an overly broad approach that blurs important distinctions between very different products and services in the digital economy. Rather than taking a thoughtful and tailored approach, the CFPB opted for a sweeping rule that treats all digital payment services as if they are the same, ignoring critical differences that matter for both consumers as well as providers. When regulators fail to distinguish fundamentally different products, they don't just risk getting it wrong, they guarantee it. The digital economy is too important and involving to quickly blanket policies built on vague definitions and rushed processes. We need thoughtful, targeted oversight that reflects reality, not a one-size-all mandate that will do more harm than good. I want to thank Congressman Flood and Chairman Hill for their work and urge my colleagues to support this resolution. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back in reserve.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. Gentlewoman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. CFPB's larger participant rule does not apply any new consumer protection standards. It only helps the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau ensure big tech companies with the laws they must already follow. Both banks and non-banks are already subject to federal consumer financial protection laws, but Consumer Financial Protection Bureau supervision is a key tool to ensure big tech follows the law and does not misuse consumer data, and that consumers are not being scammed, defrauded, or unlawfully debanked. This rule allows the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau to also conduct routine exams of the 17 largest non-bank payment apps that facilitated $12.8 billion payment transactions in 2021 with a total dollar value of about $1.7 trillion. And this is not the first time the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau has used this authority in this way. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau previously issued 5 larger participant rules to examine the largest non-banks with respect to consumer reporting, consumer debt collection, student loan servicing, international money transfers, and automobile financing. Why should big tech get treated special? Why should they be treated any different? Our colleague, Mr. Flood, claimed the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau did not conduct sufficient cost-benefit analysis for this rule, but that is not accurate. There's more than 30 pages of highly detailed cost-benefit analysis, and the gentleman just doesn't like it. And so we know that side of the aisle wish to kill the Consumer Protection Financial Bureau. They've tried in every way that they possibly could. But this side of the aisle maintains that our constituents send us here to represent them. Consumers need somewhere to make complaints. They need to be investigated. They need to be fined if those operations or organizations are abusing them or misusing them. With that, I yield myself such time as I may consume. As we debate this issue, I want to remind everyone what truly is happening. Through this CRA, Republicans are opening the door for President Trump and co-President Musk to further enrich themselves and their own businesses. All of their business ventures with their own digital payment systems, including X and Trump's new payment stablecoin. Now, this is a point that everybody should pay attention to. The President of the United States and his family have created their own crypto companies. In addition to that, in the middle of us trying to negotiate on stablecoins to come to some agreements about guardrails to protect the average investor, he has now founded a new company where he's going to own stablecoins. My goodness. As a matter of fact, Republican efforts to dismantle and weaken the CFPB's authority allows Trump and Musk's companies to conveniently avoid CFPB oversight and supervision. When I was chair of the Financial Services Committee, Democrats held big tech to account, including to convening a hearing with Facebook's CEO, Mark Zuckerberg, over his plans to develop cryptocurrency called Libra. Moreover, when Democrats led passage of the Dodd-Frank Act, we empowered the CFPB to supervise any large non-bank, including big tech. when they facilitate payments or offer financial products to consumers to ensure that consumers are always protected, no matter who they are dealing with. What we're dealing with now, through Trump and Musk's unapologetic conflicts of interest and self-profiteering, pose far greater risk. Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is extraordinarily important. We've worked hard for consumers to have somewhere to go when they have complaints, when they're being ripped off. Why is it that we would have any member of Congress in any way oppose protecting our consumers? I can't answer that. I don't know why, but I'm going to yield back the balance of my time. I'm going to reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserve. Gentleman from Arkansas, you're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, let me inquire of my friend from California if she has any more speakers on this matter.
Close.
We have no more speakers on this side, so we're prepared to close as well. So I'll yield to the gentlewoman.
Thank you very much.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. Gentlelady from
I
California.
yield myself the balance of the time. Mr. Speaker, Seth Frotman, CFB's former general counsel and student loan ombudsman, summed up our current situation well. He testified, and I'll quote, "You, your family, your neighbors, and your community are at risk because President Trump, Elon Musk, and Russ Vought have corrupted and corruptedly handled over the keys of our nation's consumer watchdog to the largest banks and tech companies in the world. What is happening at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is an insult to Congress, to the rule of law, to all of us. When you look past the rhetoric, the deceptively labeled bills touting through the looking glass reform what is going on in the executive branch, alongside what is being talked about here in Congress, it really boils down to the one-time tested proposition. Which side are we on? Are we going to stand idly by when the nation's consumer watchdog is decimated? If you push a legislative agenda of more junk fees, abusive medical debt collection practices, big tech domination, and predatory lending, then the answer is pretty clear." End of quote. Mr. Speaker, S.J. Reg 28 is opposed by nearly 200 consumer, civil rights, religious, and good government organizations. It was also opposed by a bipartisan group of senators. So I urge my colleagues to vote for American consumers, not the unelected Elon Musk and other big tech oligarchs and billionaires that are just waiting to take over this country. Vote no on this bill. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
I thank the Speaker. Well, let me say that, again, we're talking about unelected bureaucrats in an agency that is not following the strict direction of Congress, and they've overreached in how they've proposed this rule at the last minute, at the end of the Biden administration. It's truly a midnight rule with limited comment period. 30 days, Mr. Speaker, is the minimum under anybody's consideration of a fair-minded Administrative Procedure Act comment period, and yet everything you read says that it should be extended if market participants feel like they haven't been heard. And 30 days at the end of an administration over the holiday period at the end of the year is not sufficient time for members of Congress, market participants, consumers, and others to weigh in. So I do have process concerns about how the former director of the CFPB carried on this particular proposal. Secondly, my colleagues have talked about the substance of it and how it is confusing and steps beyond, again, the mission and the direction by Congress to the CFPB. My good friend from California, the ranking member of the full committee, referenced several other large participant type rules that have been proposed by the CFPB, but they were in discrete market segments. And Mr. Speaker, this is actually one of the biggest concerns about this proposal. It's a wide variety of digital payment services, from peer-to-peer apps to a digital wallet to e-commerce tools like the gentleman from Nebraska talked about, as if they're identical, simply because they facilitate a certain number of payments. But they're not substantively the same. They can't be treated identically. That is a huge flaw in this rule. So I'm yielding myself my final times, Mr. Speaker, to say, I conclude I want to reiterate my support for Mr. Flood's support of the Senate Joint Resolution 28. He's worked hard on this with Senator Ricketts from his home state of Nebraska. They stand on the facts that a vote for this resolution is a vote to prevent the CFPB from stifling financial innovation with its one-size-fits-all approach and limiting customers' access to increased access to financial payments. Non-bank providers of digital payments are already being regulated at both the state and the federal levels. And American consumers did not petition us, Mr. Speaker, to intervene in this way at the last minute in the waning days of the Biden administration. Of all the CFPB's annual complaints that they collect year in and year out, less than 1% even touch on this market. This Congressional Review Act will overturn last-minute rulemaking from the Biden-Harris administration and ensure that consumers have access to innovative financial products. I urge all my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this Senate joint resolution, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, sir. The gentleman yields. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 294, the previous question is ordered on the joint resolution. The question is on third reading of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading. The question
submitted by the Bureau of Consumer Financial Protection relating to defining larger participants of a market for general use digital consumer payment applications.
The question is on passage of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas rise?
Mr. Speaker, I'd request a recorded vote.
Does the gentleman request yeas and nays?
I do.
Those in favor of a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. Those in favor of the vote by yeas, please rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 294, I call up Senate Joint Resolution 18, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau for Consumer Financial Protection related to overdraft lending, very large financial institutions, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution 18, Joint Resolution disapproving the rules submitted by the Bureau of Consumer Financial Protection relating to overdraft lending, very large financial institutions.
Pursuant to House Resolution 294, the joint resolution is considered read. The joint resolution shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee of Financial Services or their respective designees. The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, and the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters, each will control 30 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the resolution under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this joint resolution of disapproval. Today, we can protect consumers and ensure continued access to financial services by voting to nullify the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau's disastrous rule on overdraft fees. In a time burdened by the 40-year high in inflation, when many middle and low-income households are living paycheck to paycheck, ensuring Americans have access to affordable credit has never been more important. Overdraft protection is an optional service that financial institutions provide to help consumers avoid having purchases declined. Instead of the transaction being denied, the bank or credit union charges a flat fee to cover the check on behalf of that consumer. Let that purchase proceed. Let that payment to a utility company proceed. Let that payment for an important rent or mortgage company to proceed. Allowing American families to take care of essential needs like that mortgage payment, rent payment, groceries, or gas before their next paycheck arrives. Over the last decade, competition has driven financial institutions to lower their overdraft privilege fees to retain customers. Innovation has made accidental overdrafts less likely, as many financial institutions now offer low balance alerts, automatic transfers from savings, and other tools to help consumers avoid being in overdraft and better manage their financial cash flow. Competition and innovation, not government-mandated price caps, remain the best way to ensure consumers have access to affordable financial products and services. Unfortunately, this CFPB rule undermines this very approach and threatens to restrict access to credit and overdraft privileges, which all of us should be concerned about. The CFPB's rushed and haphazard approach to the rule is a clear example of how not to regulate. The CFPB made this decision before conducting meaningful research or considering the real-world consequences of its actions. The CFPB rule imposes a government-mandated price cap on what financial institutions may charge in the way of a fee for an overdraft privilege. Like all price caps, this would reduce the availability of these very overdraft services, especially, Mr. Speaker, for consumers who have lower credit scores or considered higher risk. By doing so, it effectively limits access to credit and that overdraft privilege for those who need it the most at the time they need it the most. The CFPB's failure to consider the costs associated with this regulation, especially the real-world impact on consumers, their local community financial institution, and the broader financial system, only underscores the need to stop this price control before it's too late. The CFPB also creates a false narrative of choice by suggesting that banks and credit unions can either offer an overdraft service at this federally mandated price-fixed cost of $5 or comply with extending that as credit and therefore complying with the Truth in Lending Act. In other words, actually underwriting a consumer loan instead of simply offering the overdraft, simple, straightforward, fast overdraft fee. This redefinition of what products and services constitute credit thus is problematic, especially since Congress has already defined credit for regulatory purposes. Even more troubling is the way the CFPB oversimplifies the costs of providing overdraft protection. The rule only considers the cost of operating a call center and ignores the many other expenses involved, such as ratifying and dealing with consumer disputes, mailing postage for overdraft notices, third-party collection expenses, technology costs, cost of regulatory compliance. The reality is that these additional costs make it increasingly difficult for banks to continue offering overdraft protection. Many will simply choose to stop providing the service altogether. And those who will suffer the most from this, the very people the rule is designed to protect. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, a survey found that 92% of customers who were aware their balance wouldn't cover a transaction preferred paying the overdraft fee rather than having their transaction declined. Not only is it inconvenient or potentially embarrassing in a particular situation, but it's also fundamental to in-between paycheck cash flow. I'm taking the decision to go into overdraft so I make that mortgage payment on time despite buying clothes for back to school, trying to do Christmas shopping. In my experience with my customers, I never found one who was not a worthy steward of how to use these services over my many years of working with families. Another survey found that 64% of customers think it's reasonable for a bank to charge an overdraft fee, and 72% feel these fees are justified, particularly when it helps them ensure a timely payment of a much larger, important bill like a mortgage or rent. In my experience of helping families across rural Arkansas for many years, as I said, managing their finances, they're pretty smart about how to do that, Mr. Speaker. The truth is that if consumers lose access to overdraft protection, they will be forced to turn to alternative sources of credit that may be more expensive, riskier, less consumer protection, less documentation, less holistically handled as they would be at their home community financial institution or credit union. I encourage all my colleagues to support this resolution to restore common sense to our regulatory framework and ensure that consumers continue to have access to the financial services on which they rely. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, I rise in complete opposition to yet another harmful bill put forth by Republicans. S.J. Res. 18, a resolution to allow the biggest banks to increase fees on their customers. You heard me right. I said this resolution will increase bank fees and it will impact 23 million households, or roughly 1 in 5 households that incur overdraft fees each year. Despite Trump and Republicans' campaign promises to lower prices, the president decided to launch a global trade war just last week that wiped out a 2-day record of $6.6 trillion of wealth, affecting the retirement savings of millions of Americans. Moreover, the Fed chair has said these policies will fuel higher inflation by sending the prices of consumer goods up. But it doesn't seem like the president cares about prices anymore, saying, and I quote, I'm quoting, he said, I couldn't care less. I hope they raise their prices because if they do, Americans are going to buy American-made cars. We have plenty. Trump doesn't care that prices for cars and other goods will rise significantly. We're here today because Republicans now want to overturn a rule that limits banks' overdraft fees to $5, down from $35 or more, and saves consumers $5 billion a year. Not surprisingly, more than 80% of Americans, including Republicans, want to get these high overdraft fees under control. And yet, Republicans will vote to take off the limits on these fees and say that higher fees are good for America. Now let's clear up a few myths. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau's rule does not ban overdraft fees, but rather it sets a reasonable limit at $5 per overdraft charged by the biggest banks in America. Despite what opponents may claim, the rule does not impose a hard cap on this fee. It provides flexibility for large banks to charge more if their estimated costs and losses in providing the service are higher than $5. The rule even allows big banks to charge higher fees if they provide a simple, upfront disclosure to consumers. Now think about that. Why is it if you want to charge more money than the $5 that you don't want to tell your customers that you're raising and you're charging more? I don't get it. That's right. The biggest banks can feel free to charge higher fees, but they just have to tell consumers that they plan to do so. Furthermore, this rule does not apply to any small community banks or credit unions. In fact, 97% of all banks and virtually all credit unions are completely exempt from the rule. Let me say that again. Community banks and nearly all credit unions are exempt from the rules. We're only debating whether the biggest banks in America should be able to raise these fees. Now, Republicans will try reverse psychology to convince Americans that it's in their best interest to fork over even more money to the big banks. Mr. Speaker, let me help Republicans out. Making Americans pay high overdraft fees only benefits the big banks, no one else. Let me be even clearer. A vote for this bill is a vote for big banks. A vote for this bill is a vote for big fees. And a vote for this bill is a vote against your constituents. Don't just take my word for it. Nearly 300 consumer, civil rights, labor, religious, and community groups all across the country strongly oppose this bill. And Mr. Speaker, these fee increases Republicans are trying to jam down Americans' throats couldn't come at a worse time. The Federal Reserve reported that a key metric of inflation is going up, and that was before President Trump sent the stock market further into the tank with the global trade war he launched last week. Republicans promised that inflation would go down and the stock market would thrive under his leadership. But 4 months into the new administration, that has proven to be false. Whether you like the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau or not, it just doesn't make good sense to hike bank fees on 23 million hard-working families. Democrats on the Financial Services Committee voted unanimously to oppose this bill at a markup in February, and I urge all of my colleagues to unanimously reject it on the floor today. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields. Reserves, excuse me. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, let me say that the gentlewoman from California knows my respect for her and her leadership on our committee, but Mr. Speaker, there's no effort here to raise overdraft fees in this bill. It's quite the contrast. All we're saying is we don't need the federal government having a price cap on a product that is a very competitive product with many, many banks not even charging for overdraft protection. And there's nothing hidden, Mr. Speaker, about fees on overdraft. The Electronic Funds Transfer Act, signed by this Congress, makes it clear decades ago that consumers must opt into overdraft protection. Let me repeat that. Consumers select to do this. They shop for financial institutions, online, down the street, whatever. They pick their credit union or bank to do business with, and if they want overdraft protection to make sure that they are actually being protected of an extra payment or some bill they have between paychecks, they got it. It's completely spelled out. Reg DD in the Truth in Savings Act requires financial institutions to provide that information clearly. Customers opt into it. I promise you, I had it all during my early career when I couldn't make payments between paychecks. Young family, one income, lots of children, a lot of expenses. You do it. It's a good, prudent practice. And as a community banker 4 decades, I can promise you families were smart about it. But there's nothing hidden about it. It's fully present, and consumers opt into it, and the competition is intense to retain those customers. Let me yield 2 minutes to my good friend from Tennessee. Mr. Rose was the Commissioner of Agriculture in Tennessee before coming to Congress. He's a very active member of both the House Financial Services Committee and the Agriculture Committee. He has rural Tennesseans at heart and their financial success at heart, and I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Tennessee.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Hill, for yielding me time to discuss this important issue. Mr. Speaker, it is no secret that the sky was the limit when it came to regulations for the last administration. Our nation endured 4 years of costly new rules that continue to wreak havoc on our economy and stunt economic growth. Indeed, it's going to take some time to undo the mess from the last White House. Senate Joint Resolution 18 puts us one step closer to cleaning up this mess. It calls the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau's overdraft rule what it is: drastic, punitive, and harmful to banks and credit unions. But it also stands to harm the very people it purports to protect. I share with you today a story of a lady in one of the towns in my district, Lafayette, who said to me fairly recently, "Please don't take away my overdraft protection." If the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau requires banks to charge no more than $5 for a $200 overdraft, we will likely see an end to that service altogether. No one wants to overdraft, but unfortunately it isn't uncommon. In fact, many Americans can recall using overdraft services and them being a lifeline at one point or another in their lives. This is just one of many examples of overreach by the last administration, and it must be overturned. In America, we celebrate capitalism. We encourage competition. We don't smother our financial institutions just for political favor. I urge my colleagues to vote for this resolution in defense of financial institutions that choose to extend overdraft lifelines to their customers who need them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back the balance of the time.
I'll reserve.
The gentleman reserves.
Mr. Speaker and members, I think Mr. Hill said many banks do not charge overdraft fees. Then why are they opposed to $5? I yield to the gentlelady from Massachusetts.
The gentlewoman, for how much time does the gentlelady yield?
Ms. Presley, 1 minute.
The gentlewoman from Massachusetts is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Ranking Member Waters. Under your leadership, we have advocated to create an economy that works for all people, not just Elon Musk and wealthy billionaires. That is why I oppose this measure to overturn the Consumer Financial Protection, emphasis on protection, Bureau rule that caps overdraft fees by banks at $5. The work of CFPB has been cost-saving and life-changing, but this bill would undo that progress. Whether it is an elder whose Social Security check was delayed into her direct deposit, likely because of Trump's mass firings, or the young college student who makes the innocent mistake of confusing a savings and a checking account, anyone can be affected by unnecessary junk fees. But let's be honest, it is our most vulnerable who will bear the brunt of the harm. For the single parent who has to pay bills today with money that is coming tomorrow, overdrafting may be their only option. And the exorbitant fees, sometimes $35 for every overdraft, would further push them into debt. It's a shame that Republicans are attacking poor people just to help greedy bank CEOs get richer. The shame and the sham of it all. I oppose this bill and encourage everyone to stand with working people who are struggling to make every single dollar stretch because of your harmful
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
They are struggling to make every dollar stretch because of the harmful policies advanced by your dictator-in-chief. Vote no. I yield back.
All right. Okay.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president. For what purpose does, the gentleman is recognized from Arkansas.
I thank the Speaker. I'd now like to recognize my good friend from Wisconsin, a great leader there, been a fine leader in this House on the Judiciary Committee and an active member of the House Financial Services Committee, Mr. Fitzgerald, for 1 minute.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of Chairman Hill's resolution to overturn the CFPB's misguided overdraft rule. In Wisconsin, community banks, credit unions are the backbone of our local economies. They know their customers, they serve their neighbors, and they provide trusted financial tools like overdraft protection to help families manage their emergencies. Overdraft protection is a critical tool that helps families avoid declined transactions, bounced checks, and costly disruptions. And it does so transparently with clear disclosure.
A 2023 study found the Financial Health Network found consumers want overdraft services and the flexibilities that they provide. The CFPB rule amounts to government price controls that will limit access to a lawful, contractually agreed upon product. The rule will not help working families, it will hurt them. By capping fees below the cost of providing the service, many banks and credit unions will be forced to reduce or eliminate overdraft programs altogether. Because of the CFPB's rule on overdraft, consumers will lose options. The resolution will repeal the CFPB's rule and protect consumers. I yield back. Mr. Speaker, many people will face declined payments, higher minimum balance requirements, or worse, be pushed towards riskier, unregulated products. This resolution will repeal the CFPB's rule and protect consumers' access to financial products. I urge my colleagues to support the CRA resolution, defend consumer choice, and restore regulatory certainty to our financial system. I yield back.
Thank you, sir.
And I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Rose, I believe, said that there are constituents who say, don't stop my overdraft. But did they say charge me exorbitant amounts for overdraft? I don't think so. I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman. I think it's incredibly shameful that my Republican colleagues want to gut the rule that capped most credit card late fees at just $5. Credit card companies over the people you represent. That's what you're choosing with this. Working families, as many of us know, are struggling with rising costs. 60% of our residents that we represent live paycheck to paycheck. And to know this, when this all came about, is because we found out, our country found out through investigation, that credit card companies were building business plans where 50% of their profit came from late fees. So they basically build a business plan for overdraft fees. That's what they did. So now my colleagues right here want to overturn the rule that prevents the biggest banks. Think about this. This is not like small banks. This is the biggest banks from exploding, shamefully targeting the American people. I know overturning this rule will cost $5 billion annually. That average is about $225 per household that would have to pay the overdraft fees that many of these folks put business plans together on. Credit card late fees, Mr. Speaker, also widens the racial wealth gap and impacts and puts a heavy burden on some of the poorest communities, working class folks. These are frontline workers. Gutting the overdraft rule is a slap in the face of the families, again, who are already struggling to make ends meet. This is raising the cost on families. When we don't check corporate greed. Again, these are credit card companies that you're all hollering about right now. I wish you would do that for people that are sick, can't afford the diabetes medicine, right now are struggling right now with wage theft in their workplace, all these things that we could actually be fighting for our families here, rising costs of groceries. But instead, we're wasting time advocating on behalf of credit card companies, not the people that we represent. With that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Does the gentlelady reserve? The is recognized from Arkansas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me say that the gentlewoman makes a good point about financial management when it comes to late fees and accelerated interest rates on credit cards. That's why we're actually talking about overdraft protection today, because time and time again, people take advantage of affordable, convenient, disclosed, not hidden overdraft protection so that their family can avoid a late fee on a credit card, which she just gave an excellent overview of her concerns about. If we want to do that, then give people the financial tools that they have in overdraft protection without micromanagement from the federal government. And look, take my word for it, or anyone on this side of the aisle, the Federal Reserve Bank of New York found that artificial price caps, like the one being discussed, being proposed by the CFPB on overdraft protection programs, reduce the supply, leading to fewer bank accounts for low-income families. period, full stop. So I hear all the concern, but I'm delighted to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McDowell. We're glad to have his voice in this debate. I yield him 1 minute.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. And Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this resolution to overturn a ludicrous rule which imposes government price controls on financial institutions across the country. The Biden administration's CFPB issued this rule right before they left town, and they sold it as defense of consumers. Mr. Speaker, you can say something 1,000,000 times and it still won't make it true. Instead of helping consumers, government price controls will simply lead to more denied transactions and less consumer freedom. Here's the reality, Mr. Speaker. Many local banks across the country already offer overdraft services that provide Americans a safety net on their financial services. And it is exactly these types of services that foster competition, giving consumers a choice in where to bank. This resolution would repeal the Biden administration's government price control scheme. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this resolution, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves.
I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you to the ranking member, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. Democrats created a watchdog. I mentioned that earlier. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, to stop scams and protect everyday people. And one of the most important things they've done recently, they capped bank overdraft fees at $5. $5. So if your account goes a few dollars negative and your check bounces, the bank cannot charge you more than $5. Most banks charge between $25 and $35. So again, the cap is $5. Well, for some reason, the Republicans want to get rid of this. I don't know why. Maybe it's because their bank buddies like J.P. Morgan Chase made about $58 billion in profit last year, and $1 billion of that came from junk fees, just like the overdraft fee Republicans are now trying to allow banks to raise. But Republicans aren't worried about that. They don't worry about bounce checks because Republicans live in a different world, a world where banks win and families lose. I urge my colleagues to vote no. Vote for people, not for banks.
Does the gentlewoman reserve? Yes. Reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
I thank the Speaker. I want to yield 3 minutes to a new member of the House Financial Services Committee, the gentleman from Montana. We're so delighted to have his expertise on our committee. He has a securities regulatory background. He was the state auditor, and he serves on our committee and on the House Small Business Committee. The gentleman from Montana.
The gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Hill, for your leadership in bringing this important legislation to the floor. So the bill we have before us today reverses perhaps the most misunderstood rulemaking in financial services. On its face, you may look at a proposal to cap overdraft fees and think, wow, sounds like a great idea. After all, who wants to pay more on fees? But in reality, the CFPB's rule capping overdraft fees is nothing more than an 11th hour effort from Biden's rogue financial regulators to score political points at the expense of everyday Americans. Financial institutions have to be able to generate profit from the products they offer. Otherwise, they'll not be able to offer them at all. By capping overdraft fees, the CFPB has made it increasingly more costly for banks and credit unions, especially those that service folks in rural districts like mine, to offer overdraft protection. When these lenders are no longer able to charge competitive rates, they may be forced to cover the cost of increasing other critical services or stop offering the services altogether. And what does that result in? It results in less choice and less protection. Imagine a single mother trying to make ends meet. She needs to feed herself and her son, the rent is due, doesn't have enough in her account to cover both. If she's not able to access overdraft protection or other far riskier means of short-term liquidity, imagine the outcome. This rulemaking doesn't help people in these positions as it pretends to. It jeopardizes their survival. When governments act as though they know better than the consumers and the markets, everyday people pay the price. Let's not make that mistake today. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Fields.
The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentlelady from California, the ranking member, for fighting predatory lending over the years. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to oppose SJ Resolution 18 that would dismantle important protections against predatory overdraft practices. Let me be absolutely clear. Overdraft protection is a profit center for big banks, disguised as service fees. These institutions made over $9 billion from overdraft fees last year alone. When a constituent in my district gets a $35 charge for a $5 purchase, that's not covering bank costs. That's a 700% markup designed purely to profit. The CFPB rules only affects banks with assets over $10 billion, institutions that would remain highly profitable without these predatory practices. These mega banks aren't using overdraft fees to stay afloat. They're using them to pad their already substantial bottom lines at the expense of working families in America and across.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 additional minute.
I thank the gentlelady, and I yield back.
It's yielded back. Gentlelady reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas rise?
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Florida, our new member from the Space Coast, Mr. Hodopoulos. 1 minute.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of the resolution to overturn the CFPB's overdraft rule. This is a classic midnight maneuver from the previous administration that ignored market realities. But let's be clear, it's competition, not heavy-handed regulation, that drives down costs. According to the CFP's own data, from 2020 to 2023, overdraft fees fell by 50% without this rule. That means the market is working, and that's why I support this resolution. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Bynum.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you to the ranking member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker. My constituents are struggling with high costs and inflation, and more families are living paycheck to paycheck. And the supporters of this bill are trying to increase their fees. I can't and I won't get behind that. It's out of touch. And not only is that hurting our families, but it's also unfairly penalizing our kids who are trying to learn financial responsibility. So you see, my son recently got a debit card. He's 14 and he uses it for small stuff and things like buying PlayStation skins, Fortnite skins, whatever kids buy. If he accidentally spends more than he has, $35, in my opinion, is too high of a penalty. The average American kid would have to work 5 hours at the federal minimum wage to get that back. I think that's crazy. Every American should have the opportunity to participate in our economy and not be on their knees when they do. I strongly oppose this resolution, and I support the rule to cap overdraft fees at $5. I yield back.
Thank you, ma'am. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure for me to yield 3 minutes to the Vice Chairman of our full committee, Mr. Heisinger from Michigan, who has such distinguished service on our committee and a leader in every way, and also on the House Foreign Affairs Committee.
The gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Mr. Chairman. The Bureau's overdraft rule would implement government price controls over a product that has proven necessary for consumers to make day-to-day purchases. Today, Congress has an opportunity to invalidate this Biden-era rule that, if implemented, would severely impact community banks and local credit unions by restricting the services they can offer, while at the same time depriving millions of Americans an important financial safety net. According to a 2024 survey, consumers stated that they use overdraft services because they lack credit alternatives. Taking away this backstop, which Americans say they use when in a pinch for food, utilities, and transportation, only further limits the financial options that they have available to them. According to a New York Fed study, not exactly a conservative institution, I will tell you that, entitled Who Pays the Price, the New York Fed says, quote, overdraft fee caps hinder financial inclusion. When constrained by fee caps, banks reduce overdraft coverage and deposit supply, causing more return checks and a decline in account ownership among low-income households, close quote. I happen to know that because I have represented some of the poorest counties in the state of Michigan in my time in Congress. This is a valuable tool that those on the lower end of the economic rung use. Well, after the November election and President Trump won, regulators got the message, for the most part, stop your rulemaking, put your pens down. However, Director Rohit Chopra couldn't help himself. And this is a clear example of government knows best, and we know what this is really about. Fewer community banks and credit unions lead to more consolidation and less options. And I believe most members here share a common goal to ensure financial inclusion as well as financial literacy and awareness. But frankly, this rule isn't going to accomplish that, and my friends on the other side of the aisle know it. After the bank failures of 2023, community financial institutions lost consumers and remain at a disadvantage. Again, any rule that leads to greater consolidation in the banking industry only benefits the largest financial institutions in America, a class of banks regularly attacked by members on the other side, yet now they're trying to help them. Although overdraft is one of the most transparent and competitive products available in depository banking, they make up about 2% of consumer complaints. And how have the banks responded? By proactively taking steps to promote further transparency in their overdraft products without government intervention. This includes low balance alerts, grace periods, and other innovative tools that make sure consumers are protected from unnecessary fees. Financial institutions in my home state of Michigan, who represent roughly 12 million customers and hundreds of billions of dollars in deposits, have shared stories of consumers who used this overdraft strategy to ensure important expenses are paid. Rent, utilities, medical bills are ultimately paid when a shortfall exists. And with that,
gentleman's time has expired.
I request a yea vote from my colleagues. I yield back.
Reserve. The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Republicans keep complaining about the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Let's review the terrible things they have done. Since 2011, they secured more than $21 billion for 205 million consumers that were harmed by bad actors, including the biggest banks. The agency has received more than 10 million complaints from harmed consumers, and insured financial firms responded. That is, on average, 25,000 complaints each week. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau helps service members, veterans, students, and older Americans. They don't care who you are. They help Republicans, independents, and Democratic consumers. But the CFPB will not be able to help anyone if Trump and Musk is successful in shutting them down. I now yield 2 minutes from the gentleman from California, Mr. Liccardo.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the ranking member. I'm here to commemorate Liberation Month. A week ago, Liberation Day brought us down President Trump's tariffs, which will liberate a typical American family from $3,800 of their hard-earned dollars each year, according to one study. The Trump slump, moreover, has liberated our retirement accounts from more than $6 trillion of those hard-earned dollars through market losses. Now, in week 2 of Liberation Month, the Republican majority proposes SJ Res 18, which will increase the annual cost of bank overdraft fees on American families by an average of $225, collectively liberating all of us of $5 billion more of our dollars in a given year. The average debit card overdraft, remember, is less than $26. Mr. Speaker, it's repaid typically within 3 days on average. So a typical $35 overdraft fee, which is what we had before the rule, amounts to an interest rate of more than 16,000% APR on the bank's $26 loan. Mr. Speaker, that is usurious. American families cannot afford any more liberation. Now, it is not as though we have a history here in which banks have always complied with the notion that these overdraft fees are simply to offer a service. In fact, we know it has been used to pump up profits. In fact, illegally on several occasions. In 2017, TCF Bank was cited by the CFPB and ultimately settled paying $30 million for its abuse of overdraft fees. In 2020, TD Bank was sanctioned $123 million for, among other violations, deceptive practices related to debit card overdraft. In 2022, the CFPB ordered Regions Bank.
Time has expired.
Thank you. I yield back.
I yield. Are you yielding back?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the Speaker. I want to have a pleasure to yield to my good friend, the chairman of our Financial Institutions Subcommittee, Mr. Barr from Kentucky. He has his two top advisors with him, Mr. Speaker, Eleanor and Mary Clay, and I yield him 4 minutes.
I thank my friend. Thank you. I thank my friend, the chairman, for bringing this important resolution of disapproval to the House floor, nullifying the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau's disastrous overdraft rule. And let me set the record straight, Mr. Speaker. This resolution of disapproval doesn't increase fees, as my friends on the other side of the aisle insinuate. In fact, what it does do is it invalidates a regulation that would take away this critical lifeline away from many of my constituents. And indeed, for many families across this country living paycheck to paycheck, overdraft services are a critical safety net. Without this service, necessities would become harder to obtain. Overdraft services are not a luxury, they are a lifeline. And for my friends on the other side of the aisle to use incendiary language like shameful, I would just submit what's shameful is to take away this lifeline from our constituents. Consumers understand the costs associated with overdraft services, and they willingly opt in because they find value in the protection that it offers. They're not coerced. They make an informed decision, knowing that a small, predictable fee prevents far more severe consequences like a bounced check or late fees. It is a convenience that allows consumers to avoid the embarrassment of being turned down at the point of sale. Unfortunately, my Democrat colleagues refuse to recognize this basic truth, choosing instead to label overdraft products as predatory. Let me reiterate that point, Mr. Speaker. Consumers choose to use this service, and they opt in to this service voluntarily. And the first option under the new rule forces financial institutions to treat overdrafts as extensions of credit. This change would severely limit access to the product, especially for those who need it most. Financial institutions would have to underwrite each overdraft transaction, evaluating a borrower's ability to repay a relatively small amount. This would be both impractical and inefficient. The alternative proposed by the Bureau, a $5, quote, safe harbor charge cap, would force many banks to exit this product altogether. Credit unions also would discontinue this service, and this would price out the very consumers who rely on overdrafts the most. They use the word predatory. Let me tell you what's predatory. Taking away this product away from the American people and pushing them into actual non-bank predatory lenders and usurious products. As was mentioned earlier, the Federal Reserve Bank of New York has already concluded that overdraft fees caps hamper rather than foster financial inclusion. The consequences of the rule have been studied, and it's evidence that this cap would harm consumers by limiting their access to necessary financial services. Finally, this idea that smaller banks and credit unions are unaffected by the rule, that's simply wrong. While institutions with less than $10 billion in assets are purportedly excluded from the rule, they will still be forced to deal with this cap just to stay competitive. The truth is, it's the big banks they're protecting. The big Wall Street banks can afford to go without these fees. It's the community banks in our neighborhoods and in our communities who can't afford to provide this product without the fee. And Mr. Speaker, just in conclusion, this is a testimonial, a real-life testimonial about the value of these overdraft protections from a bank, a community bank in my district. Quote, "We have a customer with 2 children in Versailles that is a husband in the military. As you know, things can be difficult when one parent is deployed and one parent is alone with children trying to manage finances, school, and after-school activities and church. As the customer said, things can be overwhelming, even exclusive of her husband's deployment. This customer approached me in church with her head down, saying that she was having a tough time with things. Some expenses surprised her, and she was suddenly out of money for the month. She was okay as she had groceries, gas, and her bills paid until she got a flat tire on the way to a school function. She got the car to the tire shop, and the tire..."
The gentleman's time has expired.
I yield the gentleman 30 more seconds.
Thank you. Just to finish the story, the tire was irreparable. She had to buy a new tire for a couple $100 she didn't have. She was not able to keep up with her car, so she had to buy the new tire. There was no choice. She ran her debit card, and it covered the tire. And the family went home. She checked her account when she got home, wondering how it was paid for, when she didn't have the money in it, and it was her overdraft that covered it. She thanked me that her community bank was there for her to cover her overdraft so she could keep moving without having to call for help. Needless to say, the banker was tremendously humbled that she was able to help this mother out
Gentleman's time has
due
expired.
to the overdraft. They are there in time of need. I yield back.
We reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman is recognized.
I now yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Democratic Whip, Ms. Clark.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Remember when the GOP promised to lower the cost of living? It really wasn't that long ago. But now today, we have a tax on cars. We have a tax on coffee. We have a tax on the eggs we are importing to fill the empty shelves. We have a 125% tax on clothes and toys and electronics. What does this all add up to? It adds up to $4,600 a year tax on American families. And while Trump shrugs at all those rising costs, he certainly wants us to know this. While all this was happening to American families, he wants us to know that he won his senior golf tournament. So what are House Republicans doing? Are they voting to cancel these taxes? No. They're carving them into stone, prohibiting us from repealing them, no matter how painful they get. And then they're pushing the costs even higher. Today, they are voting to raise overdraft fees. After crashing the economy, eliminating jobs, destroying people's retirement savings, they're making it more expensive to be short on money by $225 a year per family. Also, that banks can pocket more. You know, priorities. And later today, Republicans will be back on their tax plan, that one where they take deserving taxpayer dollars and give it to the billionaire class in the form of tax cuts for them. By defunding Medicaid, the largest health care program in our country, by defunding food programs that feed 15 million children, by dismantling Social Security, firing veterans, closing and cutting public schools, abandoning special needs children, all to help the rich get richer, because that's who they work for. We're going to continue to work and vote for working people, and we will vote no on this budget. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
I thank the Speaker. I want to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Stutzman, who brings his entrepreneurship, state legislative practice as a former congressman returning to the House Financial Services Committee. We're glad to yield you 1 minute.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the chairman for his hard work. And I rise today in support of the resolution disapproving of the rule submitted by the CFPB to overdraft lending very large financial institutions. The CFPB's purpose is to implement and enforce consumer financial protection laws and ensure that consumers have access to financial services and products while ensuring fair, transparent, and competitive markets. The overdraft lending rule issued by the CFPB instead harms consumers by setting government price caps on overdraft fees. Setting these caps and requiring large banks to lower their overdraft fees will force smaller and community banks to follow suit, resulting in less options for our constituents. Overdraft fees are provided by banks for people who are caught in a bind. Hoosiers that need to make an emergency payment shouldn't be turned away at the register because this rule forced their bank to stop offering overdraft services. This government-created market established by the CFPB's overdraft lending rule ignores competition of banks and how they provide their services and pushes banks to restrict or exit this service.
I yield the gentleman 30 more seconds, Mr.
Gentleman is
Speaker.
recognized for an additional 30 seconds.
Thank you. So the former CFPB director, Chopra, was not thinking about consumers when he implemented this midnight rule on his way out the door. And I'm proud that House Republicans and President Trump have the opportunity to right this egregious wrong implemented under the Biden administration. These shouldn't be called fees. This should be called an insurance for our constituents. I urge my colleagues to support this resolution, and I'll yield back.
We reserve.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. Gentlelady from California with 12.5 minutes remaining.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I'm having a hard time here trying to figure out what's going on in this country. We're here taking up all of this time talking about $5 and talking about trying to limit the fees that people are being charged. And we're saying, let's help our consumers, let's help our constituents, and stop having them become victims of these huge fees that are being charged by the banks. They say that a lot of banks are not charging them, but still they're fighting $5 that we're trying to limit these fees for. And we said, all we're asking you to do is to let the people know exactly what you're doing about fees. How much are you charging them? Well, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on with them. I don't know what's going on with the President of the United States of America. This chaotic situation that he's put us in, for example, I just got word that he's changed his mind about tariffs. We were all trying to convince this administration that they should not be raising the tariffs on all of these countries, and the fact that they were even harming our relationship with our allies. But no, he placed tariffs on every country in the world, even for an island that had nothing but penguins on it. And so today, what he said was, oh, I changed my mind. I'm going to raise the tariffs on China, but I think I'll put a 90-day pause on all of the stuff that I did, raising these tariffs for all of these other countries just a few days ago. And when we think about the chaotic situation that we're in, while we're here talking about $5, you know that this president fired our nuclear experts from the National Nuclear Security Administration. And so here we are without the protection of the experts to let us know what should be done to make sure that we don't have nuclear power destroying us all. And after firing them, they discovered they'd made a big mistake. And so guess what? They called them back. But they couldn't find them because they'd erased their addresses. So they looked and looked and looked until they could beg them to come back. And then there were thousands of employers at the National Institute for Health and Centers for Disease Control during the bird flu outbreak that were fired. They were fired when we were facing another pandemic. And so, ladies and gentlemen, they have forced seniors to go in person to apply for Social Security. I am so worried about our seniors and Social Security. He promised us that he would not cut Social Security. But what he did was he destroyed the infrastructure of Social Security. He fired people and shut off the telephones, making them go in person to find a Social Security office, which they're closing all of them down. And so now all of our Social Security and our seniors are at stake, not knowing what's going to happen and not knowing how to get in touch with the Social Security personnel that work there to get these questions answered. And so, you know, I could go on and on about this cabinet sharing war plans on signal chats. Do I have to tell you more about the chaos, the disruption? Do I have to tell you more about the uncertainty and the situation that we find ourselves in? And we're here trying to place a lid on these overdraft fees because people don't know whether or not they're going to have a job to pay anything, let alone the overdraft fees. They're not going to have money to put food on the table, to make sure that the children have clothing to go to school in and dress properly, and all of that. $5. We're here because they refuse to agree that there should be a cap on overdraft. And if they want to charge more, we give them an out. They can do it in two ways. They can just tell the people that this is what they're doing. They want to increase for whatever reason. Or they can calculate what they say their costs are for being able to provide overdraft fees, and they have to have a little more than $5. I don't know where we're going with all of this. I am totally disgusted. $5, $5, $5. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady's time is reserved. Gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to inquire from my good friend in California if she has any other speakers. Because we're prepared to close on this.
I'm prepared to close.
Sounds like both parties are prepared to close. Gentleman from Arkansas, you're recognized. You have 3½ minutes remaining.
Well, let me yield to my friend from the other side, and I'll close when after she completes it.
Gentlelady from California.
Thank you very much. I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of the time.
Gentlelady is recognized.
When did it become unpopular to put more hands in the pockets of working families? This resolution will cost American families $5 billion a year, or about $250 per household in higher overdraft fees. No one in America wants to send a $250 check to the biggest banks every year. To put this debate into perspective, Republicans spent a lot of time last Congress attacking a big bank capital rule called Basel III Endgame. Republicans convened a dozen hearings on the topic and repeatedly referred to the 426 comments the public made on the proposal. Do you know how many comments the CFPB received on the overdraft rule? They received more than 48,000 complaints, most of which strongly supported the rule, which is more than 100 times the number of comments on the capital rule. Consumers are just fed up with these type of junk fees, and the last thing they want is for Congress to raise them. And so I urge all members to join Senate's bipartisan opposition to this bill and vote no, and stand up for our constituents. Stand up for the people who depend on us every day to make sure they too can have a decent quality of life. While we're watching what Trump and Musk are doing, aligned with the billionaires who want more and more money and don't want to pay their taxes, and we're here fighting about $5? Give me a break. I guess enough has been said, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back her time. Gentleman from Arkansas with 3½ minutes remaining.
I thank the Speaker. I thank my friends on this side of the aisle that have worked hard today, Mr. Speaker, to convince everybody in this body that this is a serious overreach by the CFPB in a federal price mandate. Instead of letting consumers choose their financial institution, choose which one has the lowest overdraft fees, the best consumer accounts. Instead, we have the federal government trying to tell people what the price can be. It's federal price fixing of this. What the opposition has argued today is these fees are hidden. They're not. Consumers opt into this product, Mr. Speaker. They know what the fee is because it's disclosed to them. It's required by federal law today to disclose it under Reg DD. This is about access for overdraft protection. One of my colleagues called it insurance overdraft protection, so that they don't make a mistake and miss a mortgage payment, a rent payment, a utility payment that causes higher costs, higher fees, higher interest rates. 2/3 of consumers support overdraft protection products. 2/3 of consumers think a reasonable fee is appropriate. Competition has brought down fees for years. In fact, many large banks don't even charge for overdraft protection. And the assertion that consumers complain about this all the time, Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry, I don't find the evidence to that, as even in the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau's own database, then less than 1% of consumer complaints over this past decade even reference this kind of a product. This is not a junk fee. This is a overdraft protection that helps millions of families across the country manage their payments, their bills between paychecks. It should be competitive, it should be accessible, and we should support yes on this resolution so that we agree with the Federal Reserve of New York when they say to cap this fee, to do price intervention here, is to deny credit, deny this product to the hardest working families in America. I urge a yes vote, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Both sides have yielded. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 294, the previous question is ordered on the joint resolution. The question is on the third reading of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
Joint resolution disapproving the rules submitted by the Bureau of Consumer Financial Protection relating to overdraft lending, very large financial institutions.
Question is on passage of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Joint resolution passed. Gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Recorded vote, the yeas and nays, please.
Yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. Sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess for a period less than 15 minutes. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentlelady from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 313 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 21, House Resolution 313. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to take from the Speaker's table the concurrent resolution, House Concurrent Resolution 14, establishing the Congressional budget for the United States government for fiscal year 2025 and setting forth the appropriate budgetary levels for fiscal years 2026 through 2034, with the Senate amendment thereto, and to consider in the House without intervention of any point of order, a motion offered by the Chair of the Committee on Budget or his designee that the House concur in the Senate amendment. The Senate amendment and the motion shall be considered as read. The motion shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the Chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Budget or their respective designees. The previous question shall be considered as order on the motion to adoption without intervening motion. Section 2. Each day during the period from April 9th, 2025 through September 30th, 2025 shall not constitute a calendar day for purposes of Section 202 of the National Emergencies Act, 15 United States Code 1622, with respect to a joint resolution terminating a national emergency declared by the President on April 2nd, 2025.
Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized for 1 hour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
I rise in support of this rule and in support of the underlying legislation. This morning, the Rules Committee met and produced a rule, H-Res 313, providing for the House's consideration of the Senate amendment to H-Con Res 14. This rule makes in order a motion offered by the Chair of the Committee on the Budget or his designee that the House concur in the Senate amendment to H-Con Res 14. The rule provides 1 hour debate for the Chair and ranking member of the Committee on the Budget or his respective designee. Additionally, the rule tolls the day count for National Emergency Act disapproval resolutions related to the emergency declared by President Trump on April 2, 2025 until September 30, 2025. This budget resolution marks the next step in the reconciliation process to advance President Trump's America First agenda and deliver upon the American people's mandate from November. We have certainly heard our fair share of fear-mongering and flat-out falsehoods from Democrats and their bedfellows in the mainstream media about what our budget resolution entails. Let me be clear. This resolution unlocks the path forward to deliver upon our commitments to the American people. Over the next hour, I'll bet you dollars to donuts, Mr. Speaker, that you'll hear all manner of identity groups that Democrats will claim the budget resolution will hurt. You'll hear them say that Republicans are abandoning the middle class and cutting benefits. None of that is even remotely true. We heard some wild conjecture in the Rules Committee this morning that Republicans would, quote, cut off your limbs and let you bleed to death if you had a cold. Notch that as another textbook example of Democrat fear-mongering that we've heard over the past few months. It's disappointing, but far from surprising. Here's the truth. There are no programmatic cuts or assumptions in the House-passed budget resolution. Not a single Democrat can back up his or her own claims that there are cuts to specific programs in the budget resolution. That's because, again, there are no programmatic cuts or assumptions. So let's set the record straight about what this budget resolution actually accomplishes. It will provide funding for border security, provide for our national defense, and restore American energy independence. On border security, the Biden-Harris administration's open border policies resulted in over 10 million encounters at the southern border from 2021 to this year, a 500% increase in illegal crossings, and over $115 billion in cost to state and local governments. This wide open border allowed deadly fentanyl to flood into our communities, killing over 100,000 Americans. Even worse, known gang members and violent criminals from across the globe have walked right into our country. Because of the Biden administration's abject failure, innocent Americans have been raped, assaulted, and murdered by illegal immigrants who never should have been here in the first place. Enough is enough, Mr. Speaker. We must and we will secure the border and put the safety of the American people first. Next, the bill enables us to protect tax relief. President Trump's Tax Cuts and Jobs Act provided critical relief to middle-class families and small businesses. Americans are still experiencing high prices because we are still recovering from Bidenomics. Real wages under President Biden declined by more than 3%. Mortgage rates skyrocketed. Credit card delinquencies rose by over 50%. Bidenomics cost American families more than $11,000 every year for the last 4 years. Mr. Speaker, these are facts. They are documented. This is so different from what our colleagues on the other side of the aisle are doing in their fear-mongering, when they're projecting what they think will happen if we get through our reconciliation. This budget resolution also puts American energy dominance first. Under President Trump's first administration, America achieved energy freedom for the first time in 40 years. We were producing more than we consumed. Gas prices were low and families were thriving. That all changed the day Joe Biden walked into the Oval Office. President Biden waged an all-out assault on American energy. He shut down production, blocked development on federal lands, and recklessly drained our strategic petroleum reserve, all the while begging foreign dictators for oil. The result was skyrocketing prices and American families clutching their wallets in fear. Again, facts, Mr. Speaker, proven facts. This budget resolution is our roadmap to take this country back. It secures the border, slashes wasteful spending, delivers tax relief for working families, and begins to rebuild the economy that the Biden-Harris administration shattered. It's time to put America first again, and the budget resolution is how we get it done. Once adopted, our committees and the entire House will begin detailed work to achieve these important goals for the American people. With that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Time is reserved. Gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, is recognized for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentlewoman from North Carolina for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this is a lousy budget. It is a budget that will hurt working families. It is a budget that will especially hurt families who are struggling in poverty. Republicans have succeeded in putting together a Marie Antoinette budget, helping the richest of the rich while hurting the poorest of the poor. Let them eat cake. That is the Republican motto. And I've never seen such cruelty contained in a budget in all my years here. This budget would force the biggest cut to Medicaid in American history. And the idea and the audacity of somehow pretending like it isn't going to hurt people is just insane. It is simply not possible mathematically to cut Medicaid by almost $1 trillion and not hurt people. And by the way, for the record, that's not fear-mongering. It's what's in the text of this bill. You know, I just want to say that this budget directs the Committee on Energy and Commerce to come up with at least $880 billion in cuts within their jurisdiction. Now, Republicans want to be able to claim that there's no way to know at this point in the process where those cuts will come from. And they're saying that they're not going to cut any benefits in Medicaid or Medicare. But guess what, Mr. Speaker? If you don't cut Medicaid, if you don't cut Medicare or CHIP, there is only $381 billion left to cut in ENC's jurisdiction. So even if you cut literally every single other dollar, you're still at least $500 billion short, $500 billion short. You know, I guess I understand why President Trump suggests that you all close your eyes before voting on this steaming pile of Medicaid cuts. And I would also say it's not mathematically possible to tell the Agriculture Committee to cut $230 billion without cutting SNAP benefits. You just can't do it. You have to kick people off of food assistance if this budget passes. That means children, seniors, and Americans with disabilities cut off. That, in my opinion, that is the reality. That is the reality that Republicans are trying to hide from the American people. We had a hearing in the Agriculture Committee yesterday where Republicans were bragging about, how they wanted to make SNAP, put more hurdles in place for people to be eligible for SNAP. The majority of people on SNAP are children, are senior citizens, are people who are disabled. We don't expect them to work unless you want to repeal the child labor laws, unless you want to send grandma back to the factory. But that's the overwhelming majority of people who are on the program. Of those who are able-bodied and expected to work, the majority of them work. The majority of them work. And that's the program Republicans want to target? Give me a break. I mean, I go right through the list, and we could debate waste, fraud, and abuse all day. The money that DOGE has supposedly found in waste, even if you believe that number, is totally offset by the tax breaks for billionaires in this bill. I mean, with all the chaos in our economy right now, does anybody really believe that we have to help out billionaires? That they're the ones who are hurting? Not average working families, but billionaires. I mean, we have billionaires in this country who pay an effective tax rate that is lower than the effective tax rate for teachers and police officers and firefighters. What the hell is wrong with this place? I mean, the priorities here are all screwed up. So let's have a debate about our values and our choices. But please, 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 let's not pretend like this budget isn't going to hurt people. Let's at least have an intellectually honest conversation and admit what this is about. Just like the devastating DOGE cuts to NIH and CDC, they're going to hurt people. Just like Trump's tariffs are hurting people. And by the way, on tariffs, if I may, Republicans are once again rigging the rules to protect Donald Trump and hide from accountability. They know his tariffs are economic poison. They know voters hate them. But House Republicans are too cowardly to go on record. So they're trying to sneak around with a procedural gimmick in this rule to block a vote on the tariffs instead of facing the truth. So let's be clear. A vote for today's rule is a vote for Trump's disastrous trade war, period. There's no hiding from it. Now, I know that Trump just announced on social media, of all ways, that he is partially backing down and putting a temporary pause on some of the tariffs he announced last week. Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether it is idiocy or incompetence, maybe both, but you're telling me that Trump tanked the market nearly 20% and put the entire American economy on the line so that countries would give him a phone call? I mean, is that what this is all about? Give me a damn break. Right-wing pundits are going to act like pausing the tariffs was some kind of stroke of genius, that recouping only 1/3 of our market losses is somehow a brilliant move. Now, I wasn't very good in arithmetic, but that doesn't sound like a brilliant move to me. That sounds like a stupid move. And first, let me remind my colleagues across the aisle that this is just a pause. Second, 10% tariffs across the board are still in place, plus the increased China tariffs. And third, all of this chaos is horrible for the economy. Small businesses cannot plan or operate under this level of uncertainty. What big business would want to invest in any new manufacturing if there's no telling what policy is in place tomorrow? And how can our trading partners believe that what we say when we're changing policy every 3 days? The swinging back and forth is making Americans worse off for no apparent reason. And maybe Republicans think that some people need to be heard in order to fix our country. I love it when Trump puts out all these billionaires to tell working families, oh, you got to just deal with the pain. Oh, it's no big deal. You should sacrifice. Billionaires lecturing hardworking middle-class Americans. But at least if they admitted what the impact of these tariffs really were on average working families, we could have an intellectually honest conversation about what this budget and Trump's tariffs do. But we can't, because that would force the other side to acknowledge the truth. And the truth is that this budget was written by the rich, for the rich, to help the rich get richer. And that is what this is, a massive transfer of wealth from those at the bottom to those at the top. It is Robin Hood in reverse, and the American people will pay the price for the Republicans' billionaire-first budget. With that, I reserve my time.
Gentleman's time is reserved. Gentlelady from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I warned everybody this was what we were going to hear. We were going to hear these outrageous claims that are simply not true. The fact is that the rhetoric coming from the other side has reached an appalling level. We've heard the scare tactics for weeks now, but it's taken a dark turn, Mr. Speaker, that is literally instilling fear into the hearts of blameless, everyday Americans. We heard in the Rules Committee this morning of how they brought people to tears in meetings by telling them lies about what was in our budget resolutions. That is shameful, Mr. Speaker, shameful. We can have disagreements about policy decisions. We can have disagreements about the effects of mismanagement of tax dollar funds, for example, or what amount of tax relief is appropriate. But the Democrats have now impugned Republican motivations and put blood on our hands. A Democrat in the Rules Committee this morning stated that, quote, Republicans would cut off your limbs and let you bleed to death in the context relating to a patient asking for help with a cold. It was an absolutely disgusting remark that has no place in this debate. Is this what Leader Jeffries wants to come to the floor to state? That we're cutting the limbs off of people to watch them bleed out? Does he want to stoke fears in this way and terrorize Americans? And instead of recognizing the sickening, repulsive rhetoric for what it is, this member doubled down and posted it on her social media accounts, instilling fear in and terrorizing those people she claims to care for. Mr. Speaker, Democrats are injecting fear into the lives of countless Americans, stoking their anxieties, disinforming them, dragging them into the muck of the worst of political discourse. And for what? For what? for political gain, Mr. Speaker. It's sickening. Let's be clear. This is a budget resolution. It doesn't have a shred of force of law outside internal procedures in this body. And yet the Democrats would make you believe that we are targeting people. There isn't any targeting. There aren't any assumptions about programs. Just read the resolution. It's a framework, and you won't find any of what the Democrats are discussing here today. Those things are not here. And with respect to what Republicans have been articulating outside of this resolution, we're aiming to ensure that Medicaid is targeted to the most vulnerable. We need to beef up Medicaid that's going to the most vulnerable, Mr. Speaker. We want to rid the program of waste, fraud, and abuse that is robbing the American public of tax dollars that could better care for the sick. We truly care for those people, Mr. Speaker, which is why we are trying to root out waste, fraud, and abuse, which has not been acknowledged at all by our colleagues. We want to create better patient outcomes through innovation. We want a right-sized state implementation so the truly needy are getting relief. And we want to focus assistance to those who are truly on the margins. But you know, as they say, the past is prologue. The Democrats continue their campaigns of lies just as they have in the past. They famously got 4 Pinocchios from the Washington Post, hardly a conservative enclave, for their clearly false facts about the Trump tax cuts. They said they were targeted towards the rich and corporations that pay no taxes. But we factually know that the share of taxes paid by the top 1% of earners actually reached new heights, Mr. Speaker, after President Trump's tax cuts went into effect. The outcomes got more progressive. And now, more recently, it's been publicly reported that ads placed by Democrat-aligned groups had to be taken down because of the same inaccuracies. What was their message? Their message was that Republicans voted to cut Medicaid and give tax cuts to billionaires. That sounds exactly what we're hearing on the floor. It wouldn't be able to be run on a billboard. It doesn't pass the simple test of scrutiny. Mr. Speaker, the American public deserves better. Let's deal with facts, and let's not scare the American people. I reserve.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, the gentlelady says we need to deal with facts. I agree, but we also need to deal with math. And I understand that President Trump told the gentlelady and other Republicans to close their eyes and vote for this budget. And that's a direct quote, by the way. Did he tell you to hide your calculator, too? I mean, I just went through my concerns about the cuts in Medicaid. This budget actually has instructions to the Energy and Commerce Committee to cut $880 billion at a minimum, to find $880 billion at a minimum in savings. There is no way to do that when you do the math without cutting Medicaid. I mean, that's just a fact. The math is undefeated here. I'm sorry that my friends don't want to appear like they're insensitive to the plight of those who are struggling in the lower income brackets and who need Medicaid. It's a lifeline for them, but it's just the truth. There's no way, I mean, again, do the arithmetic, do the math. There's no way you can get those cuts without going into Medicaid. And that's going to hurt people. And I tried in the Rules Committee to have an amendment saying that we won't give tax cuts to people who earn over $1 billion. That was rejected on a party line vote. The bottom line, that was the net worth of $1 billion. That was rejected on a party line vote. So we want to give more benefits to people at the top, but the way we're going to do it is we're going to cut people's health care benefits who are in Medicaid. And by the way, Medicaid is also the program that helps provide long-term care for a lot of middle-income families in this country. So the notion that, we can make all these cuts and, don't worry, be happy. Come on. People can figure this out. The math is undefeated. At this time, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Magazzino.
Gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much to the ranking member. Listen, Donald Trump's tariffs are the biggest tax increase on the middle class in this country in generations. Even with today's so-called pause announcement, he is still putting a 10% tax on food, on energy, on essentials that Americans need to keep up with the high cost of living. The number one thing that I hear in my district, that I know everybody hears in their district, is the cost of living is too high. So why in the world is this president increasing the cost of living for millions of middle-class Americans? At the same time, the stock market is tanked. Even after today's so-called pause, which is not a pause because it's still a 10% tax, even after this so-called pause, the S&P is down 10% since Trump took office, trillions of dollars of people's retirement savings wiped out. And so what are our Republican colleagues doing to respond to this insanity? They are trying to pass a rule that says that Congress cannot overturn these tariffs, even though the Constitution gives Congress and not the President the sole authority to levy tariffs. Why are my Republican colleagues even bothering showing up to work? They are just giving the executive branch all of the powers that the Constitution had originally given to the Congress. So why are they even bothering to show up if they're just going to give all of our constitutional authority to the executive to levy these taxes on middle-class Americans who can't afford it? Well, I'll tell you why they're still showing up. Because as Mr. McGovern said, this rule also includes the next step in a budget plan that would cut taxes for billionaires at the same time that it cuts health care for working people. And the math doesn't lie. This budget plan requires $880 billion of cuts under energy and commerce.
I yield 30 additional seconds.
Additional 30 seconds.
You could cut literally every program under energy and commerce, every program except for Medicare and Medicaid, and only get to $200 billion. So where does the other 600 plus come from? It can only come from kicking people off of their health insurance, so that Elon Musk and the billionaires can get another tax cut they don't need. It's unconscionable. We should vote no, and I yield back.
Gentlelady from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really don't take much. I'm not very happy about the fact that I'm a good predictor of what the Democrats were going to say on the floor today, that they were going to lie about what's in this budget resolution. And I expect every single one of them to come down here and do that. So I predicted it, Mr. Speaker, and here it is, coming true. Let me talk a little bit about the tariffs. The tariffs announced by President Trump on April 2nd, 2025 are a response to our economy that will strengthen the international economic position of the United States and protect American workers. Access to the American economy is a privilege, and these tariffs are a starting point to bring other nations to the negotiating table. They are intended to reduce reciprocal tariffs and achieve global free trade, decouple developing countries from competitive nations like China, or for national security purposes. And as we are seeing, President Trump and America are winning. Over 75 countries have reached out to representatives of the United States to negotiate a solution on the subjects being discussed relative to trade barriers, tariffs, currency manipulation, and non-monetary tariffs. These will mean wins for the American worker. President Trump is taking decisive action, pausing tariffs for 90 days, except for China, as nations have come to the table. As I've made clear multiple times now, when it comes to the pause on the National Emergency Act disapproval resolutions, this is a tool utilized by both majorities, and my Democrat colleagues had no qualms with supporting it in their last majority on a much broader and open-ended scale as it related to COVID. But this is why we delaying the NEA disapproval resolution is prudent. President Trump must be given the leeway to negotiate on global scale parameters that will make good on his promises of securing the border, protecting our communities, and leveling the global playing field to ensure fair trade for American producers. With that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves her time. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, the gentlelady essentially once again called me a liar. And so I'm going to be a little less polite than normal and say that the gentlelady doesn't understand basic math. And I'm not going to waste my breath to try to explain it to her again. But math doesn't lie. It's undefeated. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to urge that we defeat the previous question. I will offer an amendment. My amendment will simply strike Section 2 of the rule. That section, tucked in the rule by Republicans this morning, prevents the House from voting on Trump's disastrous worldwide tariffs. You know, the ones destroying the economy and raising prices on regular Americans. Just before I came down here, I guess Trump said on social media that he is partially pausing some of the reciprocal tariffs for 90 days. Oh, cool, a 90-day pause. That is certainly the the certainty that the business community is looking for. How is any company supposed to forecast for their future, build a plant, hire workers, if they have no idea what the hell this president is going to do in his next tweet? But we went from the president saying on social media today, "Be cool," to then saying, "Just kidding. We have a 90-day pause in a matter of hours." I mean, I have whiplash. I need a neck brace to be able to get through all of this. Also, the president announced that he is hiking the tariffs on China to 125% and keeping the 10% tariffs across the board. Great. Get ready to continue to pay more for almost everything. And what about the EU? They retaliated with tariffs against us this morning, too. Are we going to treat them like China and punch back, as the White House press secretary says that we're doing? I guess we don't have any clarity on that question. And here's the worst part, Mr. Speaker. The Congress could stop this madness and provide the certainty that is needed by voting on these tariffs. But it seems like Republicans are fighting tooth and nail, not to stop the insanity, but to keep Congress from having a say about these tariffs, to hide from doing their jobs. With this provision hidden in the rule, they're stopping the entire House from bringing up legislation to put an end to these tariffs. Not pause them, end them. Legislation which, under the law, any member should be able to bring to the floor 14 days from now. Now, let's set aside that the stock markets are in chaos and having volatile swings. Let's set aside that the business community, you know, where people work, don't know where to buy supplies, where to build plants, where to hire, or anything else with any certainty now. These tariffs affect the cost of everything, the food at the grocery store, electronics, the goods that are in most demand by our constituents. We're in a trade war not just with China, but with our own allies and friends. These tariffs are harmful, and they will lead to a recession, one caused not by any outside calamitous event, but by the ego of one man, Donald Trump. We could stop this uncertainty. We could stop this chaos. But Republicans are literally stopping us and themselves from even having a vote on these tariffs. So I say to my Republican colleagues, stop hiding. Open your eyes, despite the president telling you to close them. Represent your constituents, the people who elected you, and the ones who are getting hurt by these tariffs, and strike this provision blocking a vote on tariffs. If you don't adopt my amendment, then a yes vote on this rule is a yes vote for Trump's tariffs. A yes vote is for more chaos and uncertainty in the market. With a yes vote, you will own the pain that comes with these tariffs and the chaos and the uncertainty, and you will have no one to blame but yourselves. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment in the record along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
And
a reminder to the gentleman to please direct your comments to the chair.
And to discuss our proposal, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Minnesota, the distinguished ranking member of the Committee on Agriculture, Ms. Craig.
The gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, President Trump, he changes his tariff policy more than most people change their socks. One day he's picking fights with Canada and Mexico, our friends, and the next day he's launching a global trade war. And today he's pausing tariffs on some countries while also increasing them on China. What our farmers, ranchers, and producers need is certainty. I don't know how my Republican colleagues can say what they're saying. Any of this is all according to plan with a straight face. There is no plan. There is no art of the deal. Trump's reckless tariffs are costing hardworking Americans $4,600 a year, hurting small businesses, and absolutely tanking retirement savings. Farmers are taking losses on days they go to market only to turn around and see conditions improve a few hours later because of a tweet from the president. How is that strategic? Trump alienated our trade partners, destroyed our credibility as a country that foreign governments can do business with us. And House Republicans are acting as his rubber stamp by banning the House from taking action to stop it. We need an adult in the room, and I cannot find a single one on the other side of the aisle because this president's tantrums are causing economic global panic. The House must be able to debate and vote on these tariffs. You have the same farmers I do coming through your offices right now to tell you it's not just the tariffs, it's the uncertainty of the tariffs and the disappearing markets. Doing nothing allows American families to be crushed by these reckless tariffs. I urge my colleagues to vote to defeat the previous question. With that, I yield back.
Gentlelady from North Carolina.
Reserve.
She reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I am proud to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York, the ranking member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Mr. Meeks.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Ranking Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is one of the most momentous votes of this Congress. The president unilaterally imposed one of the largest tax increases in American history. People's retirement accounts are now in shambles. We know all these tariffs are a disaster, and that's why Republicans are now trying to block a vote on whether to end these tariffs so they don't have to go on the record. And it's why a few minutes before this speech, President Trump blanked. Yeah, he blanked, announcing a brief pause. But we'll be doing the same dance again in a couple of months. It's time to simply end the chaos. And that's why I introduced a resolution to end these tariffs. But Speaker Johnson and the majority don't want to go on record. They're trying to dodge a vote. But guess what? You can run, but you can't hide from the American people. Speaker Johnson, again, is using Rules Committee resolution consummated by a majority vote of the whole House to declare that a day is not a day in order to avoid the U.S. law that requires Congress to vote. By the way, those aren't my words. That's a tweet from a Republican House member who just simply told the truth. Let me be clear. A vote for this rule is a vote for tariffs. It's a vote for raising the cost on everyday Americans. Now, many Republicans I have worked with over the years can attest that this should not be a partisan vote. I care about bipartisanship. We should be bipartisan. And that's why in this Congress I introduced an AUMF repeal bill with Representative Roy. That's why this week I co-led a bill to claw back tariff powers from the executive with Representative Bacon. That's why I did many bipartisan bills with Representative McCall in the Foreign Affairs Committee.
30 seconds.
To the Republicans who have complained about executive overreach and rules distortions for years, now is the chance to put your money where your mouth is. This is the time. The American people will hold you accountable if you don't. Do you support the largest peacetime tax increase in American families? Do you support raising the cost of groceries for them? If you do not, and you want to end America's largest economic self-sabotage ever, then vote against this rule and stand up for the American people. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from North Carolina.
I'll reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlelady reserves her time. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Can I inquire from the gentlelady whether she has any Republicans who want to come down here and defend these tariffs and the tax hikes on average people? Or, I mean, I'm just, does she have any other speakers that?
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We do have some other members who wanted to come down and speak on the rule. That they are tied up right now. So if the gentleman is prepared to close, then I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Okay, I will yield myself the remaining time, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman is recognized. He has 10 minutes remaining.
Oh, my goodness. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, this is a terrible, horrible rule. Voting in support of this rule means voting to protect Trump's reckless tariffs. And don't get me started about this budget resolution. It's not just Democrats who think this budget resolution is terrible, it's Republicans. Mr. Norman, a member of the Rules Committee, says, and I quote, "The Senate version is dead on arrival," end quote. Mr. Roy, a member of the Rules Committee, says, quote, "Adopting a policy baseline does not change basic math," end quote. Mr. Ogles says, and I quote, "The Senate budget bill is really offensive," end quote. But don't worry, Donald Trump is on top of things. He says, close your eyes and vote for it. I would just add to that, close your eyes, cover your ears, and hide your calculators. That's what Trump wants you to do. Pass this quickly and move on so he doesn't get blamed for how much it's going to screw people. Well, my answer to that is we're not going to. My answer to that is we are going to fight back, because if you support this budget, we simply do not share the same values. I believe it is wrong. I believe it is fundamentally wrong to gut Medicaid. I don't want to kick moms and dads and kids off their long-term health care. I think it's rotten to kick kids and Americans with disabilities and veterans off of food assistance. I think it is evil to give tax cuts to billionaires while middle America struggles to get ahead. And I think that those are awful, mean, nasty things to do. We are the richest country on earth. Republicans don't have to hurt poor people to help the rich. They are deciding to do that. They are deciding to steal from the poor. They are making a conscious decision to betray their constituents and sell out their best interests to MAGA billionaires. And at the end of the day, no matter what my Republican friends say, because of this budget, more kids will go without food. More kids will be malnourished. Because of this budget, parents and grandparents will have to sell their houses to afford medical care. Because of this budget, more consumers will get ripped off. Because of this budget, our air and water will have more toxic chemicals. That is the truth. That is the reality. Most people in this country feel like the economy doesn't work for them, and it hasn't for a long time. And do you know why? It's because of budgets like this, which were written for billionaires and not for regular people. And I think, plain and simple, that is wrong. So I reject this budget. I reject it not just mathematically, but I reject it morally. I'm reminded here of the book of Matthew, where Jesus says, "Truly I tell you, whatever you did to the least of these, you did to me. This budget steals from those with the least. Let me repeat that. This budget steals from those with the least. And it's all so the rich can get richer. And I just find that awful. I find that awful. We don't share the same values if you embrace this budget. Years from now, Mr. Speaker, when we are all gone, we won't be judged by the size of our bank accounts. We won't be judged by how many tax breaks we gave to billionaires. We'll be judged by our decency. We'll be judged by our compassion. We'll be judged by our kindness. And yes, we'll be judged by our work to build a society where everybody has a chance and nobody is left behind. This is an immoral budget. And I want the American people to know, I do not share these values. Democrats do not share these values. I reject this budget. We reject this budget. I urge a no vote, and I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back his time. Gentleman from North Carolina with 13 and 1/2 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's good to hear our friends say they don't share the values of trying to save hard-working Americans money from waste, fraud, and abuse that are rampant in the federal government. The American people know that, Mr. Speaker. They know that in their heart and in their minds. They understand it. They hear about it every day. And it's curious to me that our Democrat colleagues do not want to make Medicaid more effective, that they don't want to help the people on Medicaid get better health care. How sad, Mr. Speaker, that that is the case. And Mr. Speaker, this budget does not steal from the least of these. It does not. What it does do is it does everything it can to stop fraudsters and to stop bureaucratic waste and to stop bad things from happening to those least, because those in the government are not serving them well. And let's talk about these predictions. I started out by saying, going to hear these horror stories. I quoted, we're going to cut people's limbs off and watch them bleed to death. That's what they said. But let's look at the predictions that were made when President Donald Trump signed the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act around Christmas 2017. Then House Minority Leader Nancy Pelosi infamously predicted Armageddon for America. Fear-mongering, plain and simple. The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act led to historic growth and economic gains in this country. Historic. Larry Summers, a well-known Democrat, described pro-growth forecasts as, quote, tooth fairies, end quote, and predicted a long recession. Fear-mongering. We got the opposite, a historic economic expansion under President Trump. Senator Chuck Schumer earned a, quote, mostly false rating for claiming companies were laying off workers due to tax reform. Fear-mongering again. Yesterday I had in my office some business people, and they talked about what they did when the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act passed. They gave all of their employees a raise. And we know about that, Mr. Speaker, those of us who were around. We saw that. There was lots of news about that because of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. As a result of that bill, we got historic reshoring and more jobs as promised by President Trump. Then Senator Harris, later Vice President Harris, claimed there would be a middle-class tax hike because average tax refunds were slightly down as tax filing season began. One newspaper deemed her claim, quote, misleading, end quote, and surprise, surprise, nonsensical. The history now reveals it to be false, and I'd call it fear-mongering, the same we've been hearing on the floor today. And perhaps one of the greatest reveals, liberal Vox writer Matthew Iglesias, after admitting that facts show, quote, a clear majority got a tax cut, praised other liberals who, quote, did a really good job of convincing people that Trump raised their taxes. Fear-mongering revealed. Mr. Speaker, the fear-mongering needs to end, and the business of this House needs to continue. And again, despite what our colleagues on the left may claim, the American people know the truth. The Biden-Harris administration was a relentless assault on our economy, our national security, and our energy independence. Today in rules, one of our colleagues said, they're always left to clean up Republicans' mess. No, it's the Republicans who have to clean up the Democrats' mess. Under the Biden-Harris administration waged war on American energy, opened our borders to chaos, and drove inflation through the roof. All the while, families struggle to keep up. That's exactly why Americans were fired up at the ballot box last November. The American people had enough of Democrat dysfunction. This budget resolution is the beginning of delivering on President Trump's America First agenda. We're cutting waste, restoring our economy, delivering relief to working families, securing the border, and unleashing American energy like never before. This is more than a budget. It's a blueprint to take our country back, Mr. Speaker. We're done playing defense. It's time to lead, fight, and win, all for the American people. With that, I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the previous question, yes on the rule. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
Question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Anyone opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Speaker,
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
I ask for the yeas and nays and a hearing aid.
Yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. Sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Ordering the previous question on HRES 313, adoption of HRES 313 if ordered, passage of SJ Res 28, and passage of SJ Res 18. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is on the vote, ordering the previous question on House Resolution 313, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 21, House Resolution 313. Resolution providing for consideration of the Senate amendment to the concurrent resolution, House Concurrent Resolution 14, establishing the congressional budget for the United States government for fiscal year 2025 and setting forth the appropriate budgetary levels for fiscal years 2026 through 2034 and for other purposes.
The question is on ordering the previous question. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 217, the nays are 212. The previous question is ordered. Question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The resolution is for what purposes? The member from Massachusetts seek recognition.
We ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 216, the nays are 215. The resolution is adopted without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on passage of the Senate Joint Resolution 28, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. Clerk will report the title of joint resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution 28, joint resolution disapproving the rule submitted by the Bureau of Consumer Financial Protection relating to defining larger participants of a market for general use digital consumer payment applications.
Question is on passage of joint resolution. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 219, the nays are 211. The joint resolution is passed. Without objection, motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is on the vote of the passage Senate Joint Resolution 18, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution 18, joint resolution disapproving the rule submitted by the Bureau of Consumer Financial Protection relating to overdraft lending, very large financial institutions.
Questions on passage of the joint resolution. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 217, the nays are 211. Joint resolution is passed without objection. Motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Order. Could members take their conversations off the floor? For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 313, I call up House Concurrent Resolution 14 with Senate amendment thereto, and I have a motion at the desk.
The clerk will report the title of the concurrent resolution, designate the Senate amendment, and designate the motion.
House Concurrent Resolution 14, concurrent resolution establishing the congressional budget for the United States government for fiscal year 2025 and setting forth the appropriate budgetary levels for fiscal years 2026 through 2034. Senate amendment. Mr. Arrington of Texas moves that the House concur in the Senate amendment to the House Concurrent Resolution 14.
Pursuant to House Resolution 313, the motion shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Budget or their respective designees. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington, and the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Boyle, each will control 30 minutes. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on the Senate amendment to House Concurrent Resolution 14.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized for such time as he may consume.
Mr. Speaker, in the most historic election of our lifetime, Americans resoundingly elected President Trump and Republican-led Congress to reverse course on the failed policies and the string of self-inflicted disasters of the past 4 years. Unbridled spending and bad economic policies have weakened our economy, created a cost of living disaster for working families, and pushed our nation ever closer to the precipice of a sovereign debt crisis. Today, our national debt is at wartime levels, Mr. Speaker. Our deficits, $2 trillion, more than our annual appropriations budget. Half of that is interest. Interest on the debt is greater than we spend, Mr. Speaker, on all of defense. And respectively, it's more than we spend on all of Medicare services to our seniors. It is completely and utterly unsustainable. We're at a critical inflection point. We have a generational opportunity to rein in wasteful spending, reignite growth, and put our nation on a responsible and sustainable path. Members of this chamber did just that. The Republicans of the House fashioned a fiscal framework that was responsible, that put pro-growth policies in place to incent growth and job creation, move our country forward, strengthen our economic base, which is our power base that gives us our global leadership influence. We also give tools and resources to our commander-in-chief to provide for a common defense. And we bend the curve on mandatory spending, which is 75% of the budget, 90% of the increase in spending, and it is the spending that is bankrupting the United States of America. For the next hour, the Democrats will have rhetorical arguments that are tired, old, and completely false. They'll prey on the fears of our most vulnerable Americans, and they will try to intimidate my Republican colleagues into inaction. They'll try to convince our seniors and those families and individuals who struggle that we will somehow steal their safety net or cut their program, which just couldn't be further from the truth. Mr. Speaker, my Democrat colleagues in the Rules Committee said, listen, if you're just talking about cutting waste, you know we're there. You know we'll meet you halfway. You know we want to ensure that the taxpayer dollars are stewarded, and yet they take out their baseball bat when we talk about the hundreds of billions of dollars in waste, fraud, and abuse, and they politicize it. But when they had full control of the House and Senate and the White House, and they jammed through their Inflation Reduction Act or the American Rescue Plan, there wasn't a jot or tittle, not a single measure of fiscal control or a measure of rooting out waste and fraud. But they say they're with us. Mr. Speaker, instead, there was $2 trillion in wasted tax dollars, opening up health care and welfare to illegals, waived work requirements to able-bodied Americans, trapping more people in dependence on the government. Of course, they also had bailouts for student loans and expansion of IRS by $80 billion, mandating electric vehicles for every American, tax breaks for green energy corporations, and the list goes on and on. They'll also dust off an old playbook where they say that the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was simply a tax cut for the rich. So just to dispel that with a few points, the Washington Post gave 4 Pinocchios to their claim that it went to the rich and to the corporations. 3 out of $4 went to individuals. And the lower 10% of our income brackets received the highest tax break, and the top 1% actually had to pay a higher share of taxes. In addition, we saw 25-year wage increases. We saw American families, median household families, be able to put $5,000 back into their pockets. And 6 million people were raised out of poverty. So all boats rose on the tide of prosperity. And yet my colleagues, my Democrat colleagues, are trying to stop us from simply extending the tax relief to our small businesses and tax breaks to our families after a 21% inflation tax that they suffered through for the last few years. If they were successful in opposing the extension of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, an average American will have a tax hike of 22%. $1,700 would be the extra expense for families of 4. 26 million small businesses would lose their comparable tax break through the 20% 199A deduction. Child tax credit would be cut in half for 40 million families. The standard deduction for 91% of all Americans would be cut in half. Mr. Speaker, as we unlock the reconciliation process, I'm encouraging my colleagues to hold fast to the principles established in the House's budget resolution. If we do that, we will preserve the blessings of liberty and prosperity for our children and grandchildren for generations to come. If we don't, if we shrink back in this monumental moment and this historic opportunity, then we will be the first generation of Americans who have left our country worse than we found it. If we are to usher in that golden age of America that President Trump is fond of talking about, we must advance a budget resolution bill that doesn't just include tax cuts or deregulation or good energy policies. All that is good, but also, admittedly, the most difficult part, but the most necessary, which is reining in the runaway spending that is driving the greatest country in human history off of a fiscal cliff. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to reverse the curse, and I yield back.
Does the gentleman reserve?
I reserve, Mr.
Gentleman
Speaker.
reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Bull, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized for as much time as he may consume.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Budget Committee Chairman. I have to say, it's like deja vu all over again. Because we were last on the House floor about a month ago to have a debate about the House Republican budget reconciliation resolution, which included trillions of dollars in big giveaways that mostly benefit the top 1%, paid for in part by the biggest Medicaid cuts in American history, combined with trillions of dollars in new debt. Here we are again a month later, and after the Senate Republicans made their changes, we have even more in tax cut giveaways. Instead of $4.5 trillion, it's now $7 trillion, most of which 1 penny doesn't even pay for it, except, again, for cuts to Medicaid, as well as cuts to other programs. Now, there's a little bit of confusion here in a couple aspects, and I want to quickly address them. First, on tax cuts, there is no question that there will not be a tax increase on working Americans. There is widespread agreement on both sides of the aisle when it comes to tax cuts on those making under $1 million a year. In fact, in the Rules Committee a few weeks ago, a Democratic member offered an amendment to say, we agree. It's where the disagreement lies is in those who make more than $1 million a year. The top 1%, in fact, the top 1/2 of 1%. Every Democratic member voted in favor of that amendment that would make clear we'd be extending the tax cuts for everyone who makes up to $1 million, a massive amount of money. Every Democrat voted for it. Every Republican voted against it. So don't be confused and don't be scared by this scare tactic. If you are a middle-class American, if you are in the 99%, you will not see your taxes go up next year. There's no question about that. What is at issue is the tax cuts for multimillionaires, billionaires, and big corporations. Now, there's another part that has gotten confused or obscured, and that's with respect to the Medicaid cuts. As CBO confirmed in a letter they sent to Mr. Pallone and to me, there is no question that this piece of legislation before us calls for hundreds of billions of dollars in Medicaid cuts, the largest in American history. There are some on the other side who have said, well, the word Medicaid technically doesn't exist in the bill, therefore these cuts don't exist. Give me a break. The instruction in this piece of legislation directs the Energy and Commerce Committee to identify at least $880 billion of cuts in those programs where they have jurisdiction. Well, guess what? 93% of their jurisdiction is Medicare and Medicaid. You can literally cut everything else that they have jurisdiction over, and that only gets you about $380 billion. So at least $500 billion, by definition, in order to follow and carry out these instructions, have to come from Medicaid. Now, finally, because I know we got a lot of speakers on this side, there is something additional in this new version of the reconciliation resolution. It's called, quote, current policy baseline. It is a fraud. And to House Republicans' credit, actually, in their proposal, they didn't rely on this fraud. Current policy baseline, with a straight face, wants you to believe that permanent extension of the tax cuts won't cost one dime. This would establish a dangerous new precedent here. For 51 years, we've operated under the Budget and Impoundment Control Act. For 51 years, we've had the Congressional Budget Office, and we've had these rules, as imperfect as they may be, that we have to follow, that things have to be paid for within a 10-year window. Current policy baseline means that rule goes out the window. And if we think that in establishing this new precedent, that this will be the only time it's ever used, that's crazy. And if we think that we have a national debt issue right now, which we both agree on, it will get far, far worse if the new standard becomes this phony fraud of current policy baseline. So, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to the rest of the debate, and with that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from the Keystone State, dear friend and Vice Chairman of the Budget Committee, Mr. Lloyd Smucker.
Mr. Smucker is recognized for how long?
2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Yes,
2
sir.
minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the chairman for yielding. I want to say first that it has been a great pleasure of mine to work with the chairman over the past few months. He's done an incredible job leading the Budget Committee and leading our conference to a bill passed out of the House that not only extended the tax cuts, it secured the border, it unleashes American energy, it funds our military, all of the priorities, all of the mandates, makes good on the mandates that the American people have given us and have given the president in this past election. And I'll say first that it is, I think, important to every member of the Republican conference in the House, and I believe every Republican member in the Senate as well, to extend those tax cuts to drive an economy that is working for Americans and drive additional growth in the economy. So that's what came out of the House, and so I was very disappointed to see very, very different instructions to the Senate that I just think are not serious. I believe that we have to do these tax cuts. And what I think is also important to every member of the House, we know the fiscal trajectory that we're on. We know this won't end well if we constrain, if we don't restrain our runaway spending. I think this is our opportunity to do it, and the $4 billion floor in spending savings in that Senate bill just simply are not acceptable. There are those who argue that we'll be working on this, and we'll still come up with a good bill. But to me, it's important we have the guardrails in the initial resolution. I think there's a reason for the initial resolution. It's to set up the framework for what this reconciliation will look like. And so, unfortunately today, unusual for me, but I will not be able to support this bill on the floor. I will be voting no on this bill.
I think the gentleman in reserve. I give the gentleman 15 seconds.
The gentleman is recognized for an additional 15 seconds.
Again, with what I started with, it's very important we get this bill done. There is a better path forward. We have an amendment that could be passed in this bill that would satisfy where the Senate is, where the House is. And as I said, I can't vote on this bill as it is, but there's a pathway forward here that is very, very important.
Gentleman's time has expired. Does the gentleman reserve?
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now have the distinct honor of yielding 1 minute to my good friend, the gentleman from New York, the Democratic leader, Mr. Jeffries.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me also thank the distinguished gentleman from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Representative Boyle, who's doing a tremendous job leading House Democrats on the Budget Committee. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, I urged you to join me on the House floor to debate this reckless budget one-on-one, so we would have an opportunity to fully air in a transparent way before the American people Democratic values and Republican values, the Democratic perspective on this budget and the Republican perspective. I'm on the House floor right now. We're ready to debate one-on-one, prepared to yield to you for a colloquy at any time so we can discuss the Democratic vision for building an affordable economy that lowers costs and makes life better for the American people, and the Republican budget proposal that would enact the largest Medicaid cut in American history in order to pass massive tax breaks for your billionaire donors like Elon Musk. Mr. Speaker, I'm ready to yield. I'm ready to debate one-on-one on this House floor, and I promise not to rebuke you in the name of Jesus. Here in America, we were told by Donald Trump and House Republicans that you were going to lower the high cost of living for everyday Americans. In fact, we were told that you were going to do it on day one. and it hasn't happened. President Trump and House Republicans told us that you were going to deliver the golden age of America. But over the last several months, we haven't witnessed the golden age of America. We've witnessed a rotten age. You are crashing the economy in real time, driving us toward a Republican recession that's going to hurt children, hurt families, hurt seniors, hurt everyday Americans, hurt veterans, and hurt people across the land. You haven't done anything to address the high cost of living. As Democrats, we recognize that America is too expensive. The cost of living in this great country is far too high. Housing costs are too high. Grocery costs are too high. Insurance costs are too high. Utility costs are too high. And child care costs are too high. America is too expensive. We should be working to lower the high cost of living. Far too many people in this country can't get ahead, and they can barely get by, struggling to make ends meet, living paycheck to paycheck. We should be acting decisively to address the high cost of living. President Trump promised costs would go down on day one. Costs aren't going down, they're going up. Inflation is going up. Consumer confidence is coming down. And these reckless policies, including the Trump tariffs, are driving us toward a recession. And on top of it all, you are presenting a budget that's going to make things worse. So we stand here today in strong opposition to this reckless Republican budget. It's a cruel budget. It's a budget that will have catastrophic consequences on everyday Americans. It's an assault on the economy. It's an assault on Medicaid, an assault on health care, an assault on nutritional assistance to children and families. It's an assault on older Americans, an assault on hospitals and nursing homes and community health centers. It's an assault on veterans, which is why we reject it, because we're going to stand on the side of the American people. Now, there are so many different problems with this budget resolution, but let's begin with the fact that Republicans are setting in motion the largest Medicaid cut in American history. That's going to hurt people all across this country. In small-town America, in urban America, in rural America, in the heartland of America, in Appalachia, all across this country, people will be hurt. Health care will be taken away from children, pregnant women, everyday Americans with disabilities, older Americans, people in nursing homes, people who are receiving long-term care. Nursing homes will close. That will impact everybody in a given community. Hospitals will shut down in rural America, in small-town America, all across America. The largest Medicaid cut in American history is completely and totally unacceptable. At the same period of time, targeting nutritional assistance for children, infants, women, families, veterans, older Americans, literally taking food out of the mouths of babies in the United States of America, the wealthiest country in the history of the world. This is why we say it's a cruel budget. It's a callous budget. It's a budget that will have catastrophic consequences. Veterans will be hurt. People who have served this country admirably. They stood up for us. We should always stand up for them, not target them, as will be the case in this reckless Republican budget. And so we're here to make it clear, hands off Medicaid, Hands off the health care of the United States of America. Hands off nutritional assistance. Hands off veterans. Hands off everyday Americans struggling to make ends meet. Republicans do nothing to lower the high cost of living. In fact, you're making the affordability crisis in America worse, not better. Then you target earned benefits and things that are important to the American people, like Medicaid, to visit upon it such an extreme cut. And what are you doing it for? What is it in service of? All to pass massive tax breaks for your is all about. How extraordinary is that? As Democrats, we support tax cuts for everyday Americans, tax cuts for small businesses, tax cuts for family farmers, tax cuts for those who need relief, not tax cuts for the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected. And so we stand in strong opposition to this GOP tax scam. It's the reason why, Mr. Speaker, I've said, let's debate this on the House floor directly, through a colloquy, transparently, to make it clear to the American people where we stand and where Republicans stand at such a fragile moment with so many people in this country struggling to make ends meet. And so as House Democrats, we're going to continue to stand on the side of the American people. We're going to stand on the side of our children, of our families, of our veterans, of older Americans, of everyone aspiring to achieve the American dream. Stand up in defense of Medicaid, stand up in defense of veterans benefits, stand up in defense of nutritional assistance, stand up in defense of economic opportunity and a fair tax code that is designed to build an economy that actually works for everyday Americans, as opposed to an economy of the billionaires, by the billionaires, and for the billionaires. That is why we strongly oppose this reckless Republican budget resolution, and we will not rest until we bury it in the ground, never to rise again. I yield back.
Gentleman reserved from Pennsylvania. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, after the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, the wages for the bottom 10% grew at twice the amount of the top 10%, and wealth 3 times the top 1%. And if Leader Jeffries is successful at killing the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act extension, he'll raise $1,739 of taxes for families in his district. With that, I yield 2 minutes to my friend from California, Mr. Tom McClintock, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, Benjamin Franklin told of a French woman who once confided to her sister, "I don't know how it happens, sister, but I meet with nobody but myself that's always in the right." He was reminding his colleagues that democracies were never designed to make perfect decisions, only the most acceptable ones to the most people. Now, my disappointment in the Senate version before us is vast, but it has one redeeming quality. It is within reach. No, it doesn't begin to address the dangerous debt that threatens our nation's solvency, but it does open up a process that is absolutely critical if we're going to stop a $4.5 trillion tax increase that would devastate our economy and provide the funds to secure our borders and provide for our defense in a dangerous world. I am frustrated with the Senate numbers, but in DOGE we trust. I think we can achieve $1 trillion of savings as a result of its work. The mass repatriation of millions of illegal aliens should save another $150 billion. Restoring the work requirement for able-bodied welfare recipients will save hundreds of billions of dollars more without touching a single service for the truly needy. And the economic rebound from the regulatory and fiscal reforms and from the bilateral free trade agreements the President intends to negotiate are potentially explosive. None of these reforms is in this resolution, but all of them depend on this resolution. If anybody's got a better alternative, they need to bring it to a vote in both houses this week. Otherwise, let us take a little of Benjamin Franklin's advice, doubt a little of our own infallibility, and get on with the work we were elected to do, and upon which the prosperity of our people and the future of our nation depends. I yield back.
Does the gentleman reserve?
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, the ranking member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Pallone.
Gentleman is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've heard my Republican colleagues today admit that they were extending the tax cut for the rich and the large corporations. I've heard them say they're worried about the debt, which certainly this bill would also increase the debt. What I have not heard them admit is that they are cutting Medicaid to pay for all this. They will not admit that. But this is the second time now. The budget resolution passed the House. The budget resolution came over from the Senate. They're going to vote today on instructing my committee, the Energy and Commerce Committee, to cut $880 billion at least. And Mr. Boyle has said, our ranking member, pointed out that the CBO got back to us and said that most, if not all of that, has to come from Medicaid cuts. So please admit that you are voting today on Medicaid cuts. Do not deny it. Do not try to put it aside. That's what this is all about. And what does that mean? It means there's less money to the states, and so they're going to cut back on nursing home care. They're going to cut back on the money that goes to hospitals. Hospitals will close, nursing homes will close, or they'll have such terrible quality of service, or in the case of the hospitals, they'll pass on those extra costs to other people that have insurance, and your insurance premiums go up. And what about people with disabilities? Most of them are dependent on Medicaid. Their services will be eliminated or cut back as well. So please understand, a vote for this by the Republicans today is a vote to cut people's health care, to reduce their services, to kick people out of nursing homes, to make hospitals unavailable.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania Reserve. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Interestingly enough, the Democrats' expansion of Obamacare actually put 90 cents on the dollar for able-bodied adults, and they robbed our most vulnerable, our disabled, blind, and pregnant fellow Americans of having access to health care, reducing the quality of outcomes over the years. And that was a policy of the Democrats, and there are many others that need to be reversed. With that, I yield to my friend, 3 minutes, from Oklahoma, Mr. Kevin Hern.
Gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this legislation that will unlock the critical work the American people elected us to do. Let's not forget, the only reason we're in this position to be working on such important legislation is because of President Donald Trump. President Trump's message resonated with the American people, and they elected him in historic numbers. They delivered Republican majorities in the House and the Senate because they want Congress to deliver on the promises we made. Today, it is time for us to act so that we can get on with the real work in our committees. In passing this budget framework, we are unlocking the process to deliver on unleashing American energy production, permanently securing our southern and northern borders, and making tax cuts permanent for small businesses and working families. If we fail, every American will see the largest tax increase in American history. Just days away from tax day, this is an important time as any American, because we want to put people first. Hard-working Americans who are trusting us to get this done. Small businesses that rely on consistency in our tax code. We cannot fail them. President Trump has fully secured our border and eliminated over $100 billion in government spending on waste, fraud, and abuse. My Democrat colleagues speak of confusion, as you've heard today. Well, let me remove some of that confusion. President Trump's new proposal on tax cut are for those making tips, not wealthy. Those on overtime, not the wealthy. reducing the tax burden on those receiving Social Security, our seniors, not the wealthy. The President has talked about giving tax credits or deductibility for interest on automobiles made in America so our great union workers in America can have better jobs and continue to see the jobs grow in America, not the wealthy. They want to talk about fear over facts, as we've heard from our Democrat leaders today. Well, let me remind them of what happened. They inherited a government in January of 21 with a 1.4% inflation, and they delivered on a 9.1% inflation just 5 months later. Almost a sevenfold, 700% increase in inflation on the American people. So when they talk about being good stewards of the taxpayers of the American payers' tax dollars, this is an outright abuse of the facts. The facts are they're the one that increased the inflation. As my colleague said, over 20% over a 4-year period. The reason the American people are suffering today is not because of the 70 days that President Trump's been in office. It's because of the 4 years of the Biden administration and the Democrat Party. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to support this budget, and I'm proud to fight for President Trump's legislative agenda, and I urge every one of my colleagues here to vote so we can get on to the debate.
Gentleman's time's expired.
So we get on to the debate that the leader on the other side of the aisle talked
Gentleman
about.
from Texas Reserve.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I now yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Minnesota, the ranking member of the Agriculture Committee, Ms. Craig.
Gentlelady's recognized for, was it 1 minute, Mr. Boyle?
Excuse,
half minutes.
1.5 minutes, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm actually stunned as we stand here today because as my colleagues talk about their plan, what they're doing in reality is giving billionaires the national credit card and telling them to go hog wild, racking up $14 trillion in national debt over the next 10 years so that large corporations can pay less in taxes. That doesn't lower costs for middle-class families in this country. If this was a bill that we were talking about that would lower taxes for the middle class, I'd be all for it. But to make matters worse, part of how they want to pay for this bill is to cut the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or SNAP, by $230 billion. This cut would force the average SNAP household of 4 to spend over $2,000 more on food. And who are the majority of SNAP recipients? They are seniors living on fixed incomes, children, and disabled people. SNAP helps American families buy American-grown food. And this cut takes a chunk out of the farm economy as well, when they can least afford it because of the whiplash of this administration and Donald Trump's tariffs. This bill would mean that farmers growing our food would make $30 billion less than anticipated in farm income, placing family farmers at risk. Look, this Republican budget only stands to make America hungrier and poorer so the rich can get richer.
Gentlelady's time's expired.
And I urge my colleagues to vote no.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania Reserve. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the inflation tax that my colleague put on her constituents with unbridled spending and failed economic policies actually took $1,100 out of the pockets of our fellow Americans. But the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act put $5,000 back into the pockets of our fellow Americans in every district. And with that, I yield 1 minute to my friend from Kansas, a fellow Budget Committee member, Mr. Ron Estes.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of advancing President Trump's America First agenda. It was less than 2 months ago that I stood on this House floor as Republicans passed our budget resolution, putting a marker in the ground to restore and secure our country, both physically and financially. While I don't think this resolution goes far enough, the resolution that we're about to pass today is a positive step forward, and it's what Americans demanded 5 months ago. Yesterday, I had the opportunity to talk directly with President Trump in the West Wing. He's asking Republicans to support this budget resolution to move the process forward. This resolution is only one more step in the process to obtain these positive results. Voting yes means voting for a secure border and economic growth. By voting yes, we're voting for a path to make the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act permanent. It means making economic growth provisions like research and development, the small business pass-through, interest deductibility, and immediate expensing permanent parts of our tax code. A yes vote prevents the largest tax increase for Americans in history. As a fiscal hawk who will continue to work with the
Gentleman's time's
administration
expired.
to rein in reckless spending, I'm voting yes for the American
Gentleman from
people.
Texas Reserve?
I reserve.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Peters.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
There are a lot of difficult things about this, but one thing I want to say is that the Republicans are actually trying to change the rules of the game, to say that this tax cut doesn't cost any money. The Senate is ignoring the rules we've observed for decades, ruling out the parliamentarian, just declaring that this tax code, that extending these tax cuts doesn't cost any money. And that's a falsehood. We're just changing our accounting rules to do this. The other fault with this is the chairman, Mr. Arrington, rightly pointed out we're borrowing $2 trillion a year, every year. This does nothing about that. All this does is take money from important programs to fund the extension of tax cuts, many of which are for the wealthy. Some may be for the non-wealthy, but much of it is for the wealthy. It's the wrong thing to do. And every independent analysis says this will not lower the budget deficit, but will increase it. And if you don't believe me, look at when we vote for the debt ceiling increase, $5 trillion to $18 trillion. What are we going to vote for? This is the wrong direction. We should vote it down.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, the top 1% of earners in this country that pay 40% of the light bills and the expenses of this growing massive federal government, they paid more share of taxes than they did less. The code got more progressive. With that, I yield to my friend Mike Carey from the great state of Ohio for 1 minute.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today's vote really marks an essential step towards fulfilling the promise to the American people to extend the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act to enshrine, to make sure that our border is secure into law, and to move forward towards American energy independence. After enduring years of high inflation, American families and small businesses urgently need tax relief in order to thrive. We must pass our budget resolution today to start the budget reconciliation process and advance the policies that our American families expect from us. It includes much-needed deficit reduction, as was mentioned earlier, which will secure a healthy financial future for our children and our grandchildren. It will allow us to extend the successful tax cuts from the 2017 that produced the unprecedented job growth and higher wages for American workers.
Gentleman's time's expired.
With that, I yield back and urge everybody to support
Gentleman from Texas Reserve. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mike. Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, a distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Panetta.
Thank you.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Ranking Member, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition of this disastrous debt-inflating budget resolution, despite what the majority is saying today. It's a resolution that inflates our debt and deficit. It will hide the cost of tax cuts for billionaires, and it threatens our economy. It's a resolution that gives a majority a green light to selectively choose the score of a Republican tax cuts bill. It's a resolution that pretends that tax cuts cost nothing, a resolution that would do damage to our nation's finances and add $4.6 trillion to our nation's debt. Experts across this political spectrum have called this dishonest, fabricated scorekeeping, and undermines the point of budget rules. That's why I introduced an amendment to this resolution so that the Senate uses real estimates to determine its cost. Instead, they are going to write themselves a blank check to be paid by the American people, to be paid by our children. And that is why I oppose this and ask my colleagues to oppose this bill as well.
Gentleman's time's expired. There's a gentleman from Pennsylvania Reserve. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say to Mr. Panetta that if we do current policy and don't offset the impact of the deficit, that would be a dangerous precedent. With that, I yield to my friend, the General from Michigan, Mr. Bergman, for 1 minute.
1 minute. The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the Senate amendment
to the FY budget resolution, FY25. Let's be clear what we're voting on today. We're not voting on the budget. We are not voting on the numbers. We are voting on the framework, a starting point for building a budget that delivers on President Trump's priorities: secure border, strengthen national security, energy independence, and preventing a $4 trillion tax hike set to hit at year's end if we don't act. Think of the reconciliation process as a baseball scrimmage. The House and Senate can't take the field. Start crafting the budget until we step out of the dugout. Approving this framework gets us into the game. Yes, there are concerns about how we achieve the spending cuts and reduce the deficit, and that's a critical conversation, but it starts here. In the last 100 years, 4 times did the Republicans have a chance to do a reconciliation bill. We were given a mandate by the American people. Let's not waste it. I urge my colleagues to support.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman reserved. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from New Jersey, distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Ms. Watson-Coleman.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for yielding. Mr. Speaker, this budget is a bad deal. It takes billions of dollars from programs that working families rely on and gives that money to the very wealthiest Americans in the form of $7 trillion in tax breaks. It slashes funding for programs like Medicaid, which nearly 2 million people in my state of New Jersey rely on for health care. It raises the health care costs for folks who get their coverage through the Affordable Care Act. In my district, folks could see their premiums go up by $1,400 per year under this budget. And though I know my colleagues across the aisle are very concerned with the federal debt, this budget adds more than $5 trillion to the deficit. This is a ripoff for working families, and I strongly encourage my colleagues to oppose this measure. I thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserved. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to my friend, the chairman of the House Financial Services Committee from Arkansas, Mr. French Hill.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the Speaker. I want to thank the chairman for kindly yielding to me. The policies of the Biden-Harris administration crushed the spirit of the American people under the weight of rising costs from a 40-year high in inflation, open borders, uncertain futures, and spending an avalanche of Biden big government spending priorities that have saddled us with an annual $2 trillion budget deficit. The resolution before us today offers a path forward to rein in wasteful spending, put our nation on a responsible and sustainable fiscal path. It reflects a commitment to the American people that would secure a better future for all of us. This bill secures the opportunity for tax cuts for hardworking American families and small businesses. It reins in the regulatory overreach that has long stifled our economic growth. It roots out waste, fraud, and abuse in the federal budget. It's simply common sense that we focus on fiscal responsibility, rein in wasteful spending to which Washington has become so addicted. I look forward to working with my House colleagues, Chairman Arrington, the members of this body, to accomplish the President's goals by way of this reconciliation measure. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The gentleman from Texas reserve. Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands, a distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Ms. Plaskett.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am standing here appalled and terribly disappointed at the actions of the Republican majority. The brazen cruelty and flagrant deceit with which Republicans in Congress and the Trump-Musk administration are trying to shove down this fallacy on the throats of everyday American people. Nearly 1 in 3 Americans count on Medicaid, yet Republicans are pushing at least an $880 billion cut in Medicaid. For what purpose? This purpose. Because as I sit on Ways and Means, I know that they must add $7 trillion with a T in giveaways to billionaire donors and big corporations while ripping health care and food away from veterans, seniors, and children. Americans are, yes, fed up with the chaos, but they are also fed up with the cruelty, the lack of humanity, and the willingness to help everyday Americans that are being exhibited by this. You are exposed.
Expired. Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserved. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I take it that we don't have the support of our Democrat colleague for the hundreds of billions of dollars in waste, fraud, and abuse in Medicaid, and quite frankly, it's pervasive throughout the federal government. It threatens that program, threatens the benefits to our most vulnerable, and threatens the sustainability of that program for future Americans. With that, I yield 1 minute to my dear friend from Louisiana, our fearless Majority Leader, Mr. Steve Scalise.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank my dear friend from the great state of Texas, the chairman of the House Budget Committee, for yielding. And I rise in strong support of this bill and moving this process forward, because let's keep in mind, as we worked incredibly hard, especially here in the House for months, to negotiate all the details of what needs to happen in budget reconciliation, and it is all laid out in this House budget, we also need to get started with the reconciliation process, the process where 11 of our committees here in the House will go to work to start making improvements in so many areas to get America back on track. And ultimately, Mr. Speaker, that's why we all come here. We come here to solve big problems. We deal with small issues too, but every now and then, and it's not often, where you deal with a big issue that can actually improve the lives of families all across this country, where you can solve problems that have been going unanswered for years and decades, Mr. Speaker, that we can address in this bill. Let's go through some of the things that this bill allows us to do, because this bill doesn't do any of those things. It just opens the door to start that reconciliation process. The front and center product that most people talk about, that is a big piece, but surely not the only piece, is to make sure that Americans don't face a massive tax increase. Now, you listen to our friends on the other side of the aisle, Mr. Speaker. They brag that they want these tax rates to go up. They want the 2017 tax cuts we passed with President Trump to expire. They don't mince any words about that. In fact, it was even talked about during the campaign. The voters surely had a say on what they want when President Trump said, "I want to keep tax rates low on hard-working families," and his opponent said she wanted those cuts to expire so those tax rates go up on those hard-working families. Well, the hard-working families of America sure said where they want to go. In fact, the majority of all Americans said they don't want their taxes to go up. And you think about which tax rates will go up. They love on the other side of the aisle, Mr. Speaker, talking about class warfare, as if that's something that Americans should celebrate. I think it's insulting to any American who believes in the promise of the American dream to try to insult and separate our country based on how much money they make. Because whatever you make today, the greatest thing about America, which is the greatest country in the history of the world, is that whatever you are today, however much you make today, wherever you came from today, you can be anything you want to be. If you work hard, you play by the rules, you follow your dream, whatever your dream is, Mr. Speaker. If you want to be a billionaire, and frankly, you talk to most billionaires, they didn't start off chasing wealth, because that's not what gets you there. They chase the idea of something bigger than themselves, and it usually involves bringing a lot of other people along with them, Mr. Speaker. It involves creating a lot of wealth for a lot of other people along the way, too. And I guess the people on the other side of the aisle want to crush that ability. You go to Marxist countries, the utopia of some of the people on the left. Those Marxist countries, they don't have any billionaires to go beat up on, because they don't allow you to have that opportunity. They tell you what you can do, how much you can make, what kind of job you can have, and what kind of potential you can have. That's not America, and that never should be America. You can be what you want to be because of what's great about this country. And if you happen to get success, however you define it, and it doesn't even have to be financial, but if you get that success, why should government want to punish you for achieving it? Again, there's great examples all over the world of how failed that approach is. And every one of those countries, every one of them has experimented with that, and it's been a dismal failure. I don't see any of the people that want to change America to that going to those other countries because those other countries are so failed. So let's start with that. Look at the individual income tax rates that we want to keep where they are. We'd like to make them lower, but we surely don't want them to go up as the other side of the aisle wants to do. If you allowed these tax cuts to expire, which a no vote today would ensure, if you had those tax rates expire, it's not the millionaires and the billionaires that they keep talking about. It's 95% of all families in America would see their taxes go up. 95%. Now, unless you're making $70,000 a year and you think you're a billionaire, your taxes are going to go up. You make $50,000 a year, your taxes would go up. The alternative minimum tax comes back. A lot of people don't know what that is because we got rid of it in 2017. Every member of the Democrat Party voted no because they don't want those taxes to go away. But we luckily got the votes without them and passed it, which for the middle class of this country was a kick to the gut, and we got rid of that. That would come back 100%. And all of those people in the middle class would see a massive tax hike. Think about your small businesses. People love coming here talking about small businesses. And we ought to be doing everything we can to help the creation of more small businesses and to help the growth of our existing small businesses. But what happens if you vote no on this bill, Mr. Speaker? If you vote no, what's called 199A, it's a tax provision that very few people might be able to explain if they are told to explain it. But let me tell you what it is. 199A that would expire, that we keep going in this bill, is the equalizer for small businesses to be able to compete on the same level playing field as a large business, a massive multinational corporation. The massive multinational corporations already have their tax rates set at 21%. But your small business down the street, the mom and pop store, the business that's hiring 3 people, that's allowing that person to maybe be the next billionaire, but they're not there today. They might want to get there. But if 199A goes away, all of a sudden that small business, every small business in America, goes from paying 21% equivalent to almost 43%. So now your small businesses will get crushed, Mr. Speaker, because they won't be able to compete with the big multinational corporations. I don't know why the Democrats who oppose this bill want multinational corporations to get a 2 times advantage over every small business in America, but that's what a no vote means. You can hide behind billionaires all day long. The billionaires will benefit from that. We want to allow those small businesses to keep thriving. Yes, maybe some of them will become billionaires, and I'm not going to attack them if they do. We ought to celebrate if they do. Some of them actually don't make it. A lot of them won't make it if this bill fails, Mr. Speaker. So we protect that as well so they can have their shot at the American dream. So the single mom who's maybe never had a family that was able to afford their own house can go own their own business and one day buy their own house and maybe get a nice car, maybe get the nice things in life. They don't have that opportunity if this bill fails. That's what's at stake. We do a lot of other things that we will open up the door to go do in reconciliation by passing this bill. We secure America's border. Now, again, this was a major issue in the campaign, and I know the folks on the other side want an open border. Thank God President Trump won and followed through on his promise to secure the border. We now have a 95% reduction in illegal crossings at our border. But that doesn't solve all the problem, Mr. Speaker. President Trump wants to continue to give our Border Patrol agents the tools they need to do their job effectively. Why the previous administration denied them these tools, we can all debate. But the voters of this country made a decision in November, and they said, we don't want our Border Patrol agents to be at a disadvantage with the drug cartels in Mexico, which they are. Drug cartels have better technology today than America's Border Patrol agents. That's a disgrace. You can see drones, you can see night vision goggles, not with our Border Patrol agents. You know who's got them? The Mexican drug cartels. And our Border Patrol agents who risk their lives to keep our families safe don't have that same ability. Shame on anybody who wants to deny them that ability to have at minimum the same technology, if not more and better, than the drug cartels. We give them that better technology in this bill. We also do something, Mr. Speaker, that we used to all agree on in this chamber. And now, unfortunately, it's become a partisan issue. But we still believe in strengthening America's defense. Believe it or not, the bad guys are still out there. There's not necessarily more of them, but it's the same people who have been bad for generations. And if we sit back and stay complacent and don't keep up, go look at China's military right now, how much they're advancing their naval fleet, that we're not. We can look at all the other countries, Iran, Russia. Those countries still intend bad things on our friends. But one day they want to have those bad things apply to us too, Mr. Speaker. And how do you stop it? By having a strong national defense. We bolster our national defense in this bill. Why does President Trump call it one big beautiful bill? Because it does a lot of critically important things all in one bill that help get this country back on a strong footing. And what else it does is it produces incredibly needed savings, Mr. Speaker. Savings that the American taxpayers want as well. They want their tax dollars being spent better. They want to see this Congress find a way to get back to balanced federal budgets. And why don't we all work together to do that? We're here working together to do that. Unfortunately, the other side of the aisle doesn't want to achieve that. They want to vote against any attempt to save money. They criticize DOGE when they identify hundreds of billions of dollars of tax dollars being wasted in foreign countries, here on American soil, wasted. And people that work 2 and 3 jobs, working their tails off to help provide for their family, are incensed when they hear about this waste. And they say, when's somebody going to do something about it? Well, President Trump said, I'm going to do something about it. He actually campaigned on that too, Mr. Speaker. He said what he would do, and he's doing it. There should be a parade applauding a president who actually ran on saying, I'm going to do things, and then he's actually following through on the promises. The other side can still be upset they lost the election, and they'll keep losing elections as long as they stay in denial about what this country wants. But this country, the American people, 77 million of them went to the polls and said, these are the things we want our president to do, and their president that they voted for is doing those things. But he needs help from this Congress to continue to follow through on that. That's what passing this bill today does. It starts that process. There'll be more time to debate every one of these items I talked about. And the people that are against all the things I laid out, they can still talk about why they're against them. They can make up fake boogeymen. Oh, it's the billionaires, it's this, it's disabled people are going to lose benefits. You know what we do? We strengthen benefits for those people that are truly needed, Mr. Speaker, because so many of these programs that once used to be so great and talked about and lofty have been abused. How many illegals here, people in this country illegally, are on some of these programs that are going bust? Yes, they're going bankrupt. Those aren't my numbers. You can go look at Biden's own actuaries on those programs. Biden's actuaries said those programs are going bankrupt. And the other side just wants to demagogue and say, leave them alone, leave them be, let them go bankrupt, would be irresponsible. And if we can make them work better for the people actually here in America who pay into those programs, who've earned those programs, or who had something bad happen in their life where they have to be on one of those programs, instead of people who are stealing from those programs, the waste, fraud, and abuse alone. Government agencies have given reports on $60 billion a year in waste just in Medicaid. Waste. And they want that waste to continue on the other side. That's what a no vote gets you, is allowing the $60 billion a year in waste in Medicaid and fraud in Medicaid to continue. That's the theft of hardworking taxpayers' money. That's taking health care away from the disabled who need it. Let's actually get back to having these programs work for the people who funded them, who paid into them, who deserve to be on them who need to be on them. That's what we do with this bill. So let the other side keep demagoguing and keep making up stories, false stories, and personality fights with a person they don't like who won an election and they're still angry about that result. And look in the mirror and maybe one day say, why? Why did all those people, 77 million of them, go to the polls and say, we want President Trump to be in the White House to go do those things he said he would do, and he's doing them. Let's help him do it. Everybody should be supporting this. But whoever's not, they can still try to be roadblocks. We're going to keep moving forward, Mr. Speaker, because the future direction of this country demands it. The people of this country demand that we keep moving forward and fixing the problems that are holding them back and holding more greatness for this country back. I urge everybody to vote no, but anybody who doesn't want to vote no, understand what you are blocking. Understand what you're voting no on. And the rest of us are going to keep going to work for those hardworking people who are tired of struggling, Mr. Speaker. They're tired of waiting for the right kind of things to happen in Washington. We can finally make those right things happen. We do it by voting for this bill. Urge approval of the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Texas Reserve.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the majority leader just said something absolutely remarkable. He said that there should be a parade for President Trump. Well, I have very good news for him. There is going to be a parade for President Trump, thrown by Donald Trump in honor of himself, paid for by taxpayers to the tune of $92 million. Oh, but to the 72 million Americans watching at home and are on Medicaid, you're still going to get your Medicaid cut. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Doggett.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Speaker Johnson calls our soaring national debt the #1 threat to our nation. And the Republican Senate leader says it's a ticking time bomb just before he lights the fuse with this sorry resolution that hikes the debt by $6 trillion. The Independent Commission for a Responsible Federal Budget urges us to reject, quote, unprecedented level of fiscal recklessness. Republicans borrowing trillions more so Elon and his billionaire buddies can get more. Already a wrecking ball to our democracy, Trump, the self-described king of debt, is king today with his schemes to spike the debt as the Musk-Doge charade wrecks public services and Trump's beautiful tariff wrecks our economy and heads us straight toward a recession. With soaring debt, plummeting markets, and a measles outbreak, I have to give the Republicans credit for turning America red, but not the way we expected.
Pennsylvania Reserve.
I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserved. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Texas, a distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Ms. Escobar.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Chairman, Republicans spent the last 4 years telling Americans to trust them on the economy, and Donald Trump promised to lower costs for Americans on day one. Months into this administration, with Republicans in complete control, prices are up, inflation is up, joblessness is up, the stock market is all over the place, with American retirees losing trillions of dollars in just 72 hours, and a recession is looming. Let's be clear, Republicans have no plan to prioritize hardworking Americans, but they have a $7 trillion plan to help billionaires. And they will do that by cutting Medicaid and nutrition programs and exploding the national debt by $6 trillion. This budget bill makes Americans sicker and poorer, and it will make the rich richer. I urge my colleagues to have some common sense, work with Democratic colleagues. Together, we can address all of this. I will be voting no on this bill.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I reserve, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Ohio, a distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Ms. Capter.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Ranking Member Boyle. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to stand against the GOP's billionaire bonanza. It cashes out precious health care dollars and enriches ultra-wealthy billionaires and leaves ordinary Americans to pick up the tab. My colleagues across the aisle propose to add an astounding $14 trillion more to our debt over the next decade. Why? To fund more tax cuts for billionaires. How? Speaker Johnson cuts hundreds of billions of dollars from Medicaid, a lifeline for millions of our citizens, including more than 200,000 in the district I represent. Every hospital I represent sustains itself with Medicaid and Medicare. This debate isn't just about the numbers on a balance sheet. It's about the health of the American people. And how will we keep our hospitals open, our nursing homes open? How do we take care of the American people's health? The Republican resolution is totally irresponsible. It's an abdication of our duty to serve all the American people, not just those at the top. Mr. Speaker, the top 1% of earners in this nation control more wealth than the bottom 50%. It's time for economic fairness. Vote no on this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserved.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to my good friend from Arkansas and Chairman of the Natural Resources Committee, Mr. Bruce Westerman.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the Senate amendment. The American people gave Congress a clear mandate to lower costs, reduce burdensome regulations, and unlock American resources. Passing the resolution before us will allow committees to thoughtfully craft and debate legislation to extend the 2017 Trump tax cuts, averting a $4 to $5 trillion tax increase on the American people, to use our resources to generate more revenue and to cut wasteful spending. The resolution in itself is not the solution, but it unleashes committees to put pen to paper and craft reconciliation legislation that fully delivers on the promises the President and House Republicans have made to the American people. Mr. Speaker, if we look in this beautiful chamber, I've only located one quote from our past that's displayed in here, and it's up above you, up close to the ceiling. We're getting close to celebrating the 200-year anniversary of those words that Daniel Webster spoke in 1825 when he said, "Let us develop the resources of our land, call forth its powers, build up its institutions, promote all its great ideas, and see whether or not we too in our day and generation can do something worthy to be remembered." Mr. Speaker, the House Committee on Natural Resources looks forward to taking action to develop our nation's natural resources and to do that responsibly. Resources that are among our nation's greatest assets and revenue generators. This resolution starts the process to do something worthy to be remembered in our day and generation, a process to keep taxes low for working Americans, to unlock the full potential of our natural resources, and to deliver on Speaker Johnson's directive to have the bill on President's desk by Memorial Day. I support it, and I urge my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, the distinguished ranking member of the Education and Workforce Committee, and also a member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Scott.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this resolution yet again. We hear speech after speech from the other side about the deficit and debt, and here we see this resolution which increases the deficit. And let's start with some facts. Every single Democratic presidential administration since Kennedy has left for the Republican successors a better deficit situation they inherited. And every Republican president since Nixon, the administration has left for the Democrats a worse deficit situation than they inherited, all without exception. So here we are again, a Republican president following a Democratic president, and once again a budget that will explode the deficit and national debt just like clockwork with their tax cuts for corporations and the top 1%. Trump's first term added over $7 trillion to the national debt, and he wants to double down and do it all over again. As a ranking member of the Committee on Education and Workforce, I'm particularly outraged that Republicans want to partially fund these tax cuts for corporations and billionaires by making cuts to education programs and child nutrition programs. And this resolution will direct them to cut Medicaid, ripping health care away from millions of Americans. There's nothing fiscally responsible about this budget. It will add to the deficit, and the resolution wants to further inflict pain on working families and the middle class. Mr. Speaker, I ask my colleagues to oppose this resolution for the damage it will do to the economy and to the deficit. Thank you. I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my friend from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Mr. Dan Muser.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my friend from Texas for his leadership. Mr. Speaker, in order for us to deliver one big, beautiful reconciliation bill, one that extends the provisions of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, reins in regulations of wasteful spending, unleashes American energy, secures the border, curbs inflation, restores American growth and competitiveness, we first must pass the budget resolution. This resolution, Mr. Speaker, is no more than a bridge to reconciliation and to the golden era of the American economy. And frankly, what that bridge is made of really makes no difference so long as we cross it. Delaying this vote is in a symbolic protest only weakens our ability to act. Every day we wait, we put our economy, our national security, and our momentum at risk. The American people voted for bold action, Mr. Speaker, and President Trump and us in Congress intend to deliver. The reconciliation process begins with this resolution. Let's not protest the bridge that gets us there. Let's cross it. Let's achieve the results the American people expect from the Republican majority. Let's pass this and deliver a new golden age in America. I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, the ranking member of the Ways and Means Committee, Mr. Neal.
Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Ask permission to address the House and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, the proposal that we're hearing from the other side is reckless and irresponsible. What they're saying is what they usually say. Let's complain about the size of the national debt, and then let's borrow the money for tax cuts to go to people at the very top. I defy anybody on this side to say right now that that's not what happened in 2017. They borrowed $2.3 trillion, gave a tax cut to the wealthiest amongst us, and then complained about Biden running up the national debt. The arithmetic doesn't work for you on this. The messaging you might remain consistent with, but what I've just said is entirely accurate. The money was borrowed in 2017. And then when you look at tax distribution tables, just take a look at who got the money. The tax cut for the person at the top was 288 times for what it was for the person making less than $50,000 a year. These are the numbers. They don't lie. The messaging that comes from the other side, you have them believe that they're on top of defending Medicare and Social Security and Medicaid. They're threatening all three with these proposals. I've not seen anything in my time like this, making massive cuts to Medicaid, closing Social Security offices, threatening Medicare, laying off veterans at veteran service offices, and then providing a tax cut to those in billionaire heaven down in the cabinet. Let's have an honest discussion between the two parties about fiscal policy.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I thank the Speaker and yield 2 minutes to my good friend from the great state of Texas, fellow Budget Committee member, Mr. Chip Roy.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank my friend from Texas. I appreciate the able job that he has done in ushering through
a responsible budget on the House side of the Capitol. Unfortunately, we're here debating an irresponsible budget sent over to us from the Senate. But I first, before my colleagues on the other side of the aisle applaud me for my opposition to the Senate bill, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle refuse to acknowledge any program that they don't think they can just continue to shovel money out, despite the fact it has terrible outcomes. Medicaid is debilitating the vulnerable, not helping them. We are shoveling money out to the able-bodied on the back of expansion of Obamacare. We are crippling the very program they say they want to uphold, while we allow money laundering to California, which they brag about openly, to give money to those who are here illegally and to destroy the program with an FMAP rate that is higher than the vulnerable, giving out more money than we even give to Medicare. But to my friends on this side of the aisle, when are we going to get serious about spending? The House budget actually does a job of trying to get to budget neutrality, balancing tax policy and spending policy. The Senate sent over a joke, and we're going to capitulate to the Senate, knowing full well that the Senate instructions carry the day. And we're going to be sitting there in a reconciliation debate where we're going to end up on the short end of the stick, but worse, the American people are going to end up on the short end of the stick because it absolutely increases deficits. No one can deny it. Anyone wants to get in a room and come debate me with a whiteboard, show me the math. At some point, if you're in Congress, pass a math test. Because the Senate bill doesn't add up. It will destroy this country with more deficits and the inflation tax that is crippling the average American family. I will not vote for the Senate bill. I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Well done, buddy.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from California, distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Ms. Chu.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I once again rise in opposition to the Republican ripoff. Let's be crystal clear about what Senate Republicans did to this budget resolution. They made a terrible bill that rips off middle-class Americans even worse. They're telling you that 2 + 2 = 0 in this budget resolution to obfuscate the truth. It will explode our national debt. It will make the Trump tax scam permanent, and it will make the devastating and inhumane cuts to life-saving services for working Americans to fund tax giveaways to corporations and the ultra-rich. Instead of standing up for their constituents, Republicans bend the knee to their wannabe emperor and his court of jesters and lackeys in the White House. This budget resolution tells us exactly who the Republicans are working for and who they want to help, and it's not the American people. It's a betrayal, and I won't stand for it. I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Texas reserves.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from the Commonwealth of Kentucky, distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Mr. McGarvey.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 1 minute.
I can tell you exactly what's going on in Louisville, Kentucky right now, Mr. Speaker. Grocery prices are up and retirement savings are in chaos. Republicans could put an end to this crisis, but instead they're going to make things worse. Republicans are about to hand billionaires like Elon Musk $5.3 trillion in tax cuts, the biggest billionaire tax cut in American history. And to pay for it, Republicans are cutting health insurance for families, ripping away food from kids, seniors, veterans, and cutting public education, all while increasing the national debt by $5 trillion. And I don't ever want to hear a Republican complain about the debt again, because no matter how they try to cook the books, and believe me, they are doing that too, they cannot hide from the negative impact this budget will have. Seniors will lose health care coverage. Veterans will lose coverage for the medications they need. Kids will go hungry. And for what? So Elon Musk pays even less in taxes? It's reckless and it's wrong. I yield back.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Rhode Island, a distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Amo.
Gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Republicans refuse to listen. They refused in February when they spiked my amendments to support Medicaid and SNAP, and they refused again today. And this is despite the pleas of Americans protesting Donald Trump and Republicans' plan to steal their health care and let kids go hungry. And also, despite the overwhelming majority crying out for everyday Americans over the whims of billionaires. Clearly, Republicans don't care about the facts or figures. So maybe they'll listen to my constituent Al. Al is a 74-year-old resident of an assisted living facility in East Providence. He is petrified of Republican cuts that will force him on the street. Al needs Medicare and Medicaid to make ends meet. Even with assistance, he lives on $120 a month. That's $30 a week. It's not fear-mongering to say that Republicans' plans would hurt Al to prop up billionaires. I will be voting no for the middle class, for families, for seniors, and for folks like Al. I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania, reserves. Gentleman from Texas.
Reserve. I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Minnesota, distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Ms. Omar.
Lady recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, this budget resolution isn't about fiscal responsibility. It's about enriching the ultra-wealthy and betraying working people. It's about gutting Medicaid and SNAP so that the rich can continue to hoard more tax breaks. These cuts do not make our country stronger. They make it sicker, hungrier, and more unfair. But this time, Republicans are not even pretending to pay for it. Senate Republicans are rewriting the rules and inventing fake budget math to claim that these tax cuts will not cost us anything. In truth, they cost the American people $7 trillion in total. All of this is being done to pave the way for a Trump term built on fear, lawlessness, and vengeance. President Trump is firing public servants, slashing critical programs, and enacting chaotic tariffs that will raise costs. This chaotic administration is trying to drag us into a recession, and instead of stopping it, congressional Republicans are acting as a willing accomplices.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania, reserves.
Reserve.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Texas, reserves.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Vermont, a distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Ms. Ballant.
Gentlelady from Vermont is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to the Republican budget. Let's lay out where we are. Republicans control the House, they control the Senate, they control the White House, and they could be passing legislation right now to actually lower costs for families, groceries, prescription drugs, housing. But instead, they're attacking the very programs that working people and middle-class people across this country rely on. They've proposed a budget that gives massive tax cuts to the wealthiest and to corporations, and how will they pay for it? They will pay for it by making cuts to Medicaid to the tune of $880 billion and deep cuts to SNAP benefits, food assistance to families. And on top of that, they will add to the deficit. When I vote against this Republican budget, I'll be thinking of all of the working families back home in Vermont, thinking of the families who aren't going to be able to drop their kids off at a Head Start program, thinking about the small businesses who tell me that the Trump on-again, off-again global tariffs are crushing them.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
I urge my colleagues to reject this reckless budget. I yield back.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Washington State, a distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Ms. Jayapal.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Republican Majority Leader said, "You can be what you want in America." That's what he said. But you can't be what you want in Republicans' America. Factually, the top 1% of billionaires and millionaires in America are worth more than the 291 million Americans, 90% of the country, because we're rigging the economy against them. That's what Republicans are doing. 801 U.S. billionaires have $6 trillion of wealth, and now Republicans want to give a $4.5 trillion tax cut to the wealthiest billionaires. That's what Donald Trump said. You're rich as hell. We're going to give you more tax cuts. And on the backs of working Americans, because voting yes for this resolution is voting for a minimum of $880 billion cuts to Medicaid. That's health care taken away from 72 million Americans. That's nursing homes taken away for 5 out of 8 seniors, and that's health care taken away for 38 million kids. Vote no on this disastrous Republican resolution.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentleman from Texas.
I wonder how my colleagues justified, Mr. Speaker, the $800 billion tax break for green energy corporations, multi-billion dollar multinational green energy corporations. But I'd like to yield a minute to my friend, former Speaker of the House from the Tar Heel State, Mr. Tim Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, this is an opportunity this evening to vote for a budget resolution that extends tax relief for working families. If you want to support working families in America, vote for this. It makes permanent the Trump tax cuts. It also provides security for our southern border. It unleashes American energy, and it sets the stage for generational spending reform. This is an opportunity today to move this bill forward. There's a lot of fear-mongering on the other side. As has been said before, the words Medicaid, Medicare are not in there. It's simply wrong. Medicaid is not in there. It keeps getting said, and I guess if you don't have the facts on your side, sometimes you make up facts, and that's what's happening from the other side. But the American people know, which is why they elected Donald Trump this year, and they know what a responsible budget means, and that's why we need to pass this. With that, I yield.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from the Commonwealth of Virginia, the distinguished senior Democrat on the Joint Economic Committee, Mr. Byer.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong opposition to this budget resolution, a recipe for economic disaster for our country. Americans have been clear. They want lower prices and an economy that works for them. Yet at every turn, this budget and this administration and my Republican colleagues are doubling down on policies that raise prices, undermine our economy, and make our wealth inequality even worse. I spent much of the day with U.S. Trade Ambassador Greer, and it's clear that the administration's myth that tariffs will reshape the economy by bullying our closest allies is nothing more than a fantasy. The Trump tariffs represent the largest tax hike in American history. They've caused chaos in the markets and stripped millions from Americans' retirement plans. Consumer confidence is plummeting, reaching its lowest level in 12 years, and economists are increasingly convinced we're heading for a recession. This budget will balloon our deficits, leading to higher interest rates. It will slash critical investments and will decimate essential programs that support the people we represent. All of this to help billionaires and corporations get tax cuts they do not need and our country cannot afford. And I reserve.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I reserve.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire as to how much time remains on both sides?
Gentleman has 3.5 minutes remaining.
Thank you. With that, Mr. Speaker.
2.5 minutes remaining. 2 minutes. I'm sorry. 2 minutes remaining.
Just to clarify, 3.5 minutes remaining on this side, 2 minutes remaining on that side.
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from New Mexico, distinguished member of the Oversight and Government Reform Committee, Ms. Stansberry.
Gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amount of gaslighting in this chamber this afternoon has been absolutely stunning, truly, as I've sat here this afternoon, because what the GOP is doing is they're putting a budget resolution that takes the worst of the House and the worst of the Senate and puts it in one big beautiful bill that's going to blow a hole through the national debt, raising the debt ceiling by $4 trillion, cutting $1.5 trillion in vital programs, giving $7 trillion in permanent tax breaks to billionaires, and raising the debt by $37 trillion over the next 30 years. And how are they going to pay for it? On the backs of the American people. Cuts to Medicaid, food assistance, housing, school meals, clean energy, and selling your public lands. And what's the craziest thing is they said they wouldn't vote for it if it would raise the debt and the debt ceiling, and here they are. So bravo, my friends. You are blowing a hole through the debt ceiling, and we will vote no.
Gentleman.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close. No,
Gentleman
I'm not
from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to reserve, actually, at this
Reserve.
point. Yes, sir.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Tennessee, distinguished member of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Cohen.
Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 1 minute.
30 seconds. Thank you.
I'm sorry, 30 seconds.
30 seconds is all I need. This is about the billionaires. It's not about the middle class. It's not about a budget deficit, because they wouldn't have to give the money to the billionaires if they gave it to decreasing the deficit. And this is the party that's trying to kill Social Security through the Doge boys who are cutting out services for people who use the phone to deal with their Social Security and eliminating employees from Social Security. They're trying to kill Social Security. That's who it is. And they want to help the billionaires and hurt the folks that live on Social Security. I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserve.
And Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
I'm prepared to close as well, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time. Well, I think it's been a good debate that has brought out a couple of clear facts. Even though President Trump directed House Republicans last night to, quote, close your eyes and just pass the bill, I believe the speakers on this side have opened the eyes of the American people. These are the indisputable facts. The largest cut to Medicaid in American history, in order to help pay for a tax cut, 83% of which goes to the richest 1% of Americans. Indeed, this is a big, beautiful bill for billionaires. Vote no. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I'm obsessed with the threat of a looming debt crisis and the irreparable harm it would do on our great economy, our national security, our leadership in the world, and our children's future. We have an opportunity. It's an historic, generational opportunity to right this ship. But we have to grow the economy. We have to have pro-growth policies in place that will unleash growth and prosperity. And we've got to get serious about the first and most important job of the federal government, which is providing for the common defense. And we did that in the House bill. But what we did in the House bill that the Senate fell far short in doing is to have a balanced budget resolution, to have a commitment, enforceable spending reduction targets that would bring the debt to GDP down and put our nation on good fiscal footing and a sustainable path. And I want to urge my colleagues today to demand that the House budget resolution, that our fiscal framework with our budget targets guide the final reconciliation bill. Mr. Speaker, again, this may be the last best opportunity to save our country from fiscal ruin. The formula is all there in the House budget resolution. And again, I urge my colleagues to demand that that is what drives the bill at the end of the day. God bless America. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I yield.
All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 313, the previous question is ordered. Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further consideration of House Concurrent Resolution 14 is postponed. Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further consideration of H.R. 1526 will now resume. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 27, H.R. 1526, a bill to amend Title 28 United States Code to limit the authority of district courts to provide injunctive relief and for other purposes.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Ms. Ross of North Carolina moves to recommit the bill H.R. 1526 to the Committee on the Judiciary.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Motion is not agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
Yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. Sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this 15-minute vote on the motion to recommit will be followed by 5-minute votes on passage of the bill, if ordered, concurring in the Senate amendment to House Concurrent Resolution 14, if ordered, and the motion to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1228, if ordered. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 212, the nays are 217. The motion is not adopted. The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Gentlemen from
I'd like to
Maryland.
request the ayes and the nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. Sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 219, the nays are 213. The bill is passed. Without objection, motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on suspending the rules and pass H.R. 1228, which the clerk will report by title.
H.R. 1228, a bill to amend Title 38 United States Code to clarify the organization of the Office of Survivors Assistance of the Department of Veterans Affairs.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. Gentleman from Kansas.
I request the yeas and nays.
Yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. Sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic devices as a 5-minute vote. The yeas are 424. The nays are 0, two-thirds being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished... We've got one more? Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is a question on suspending the rules and pass H.R. 981, which the clerk will report by title.
H.R. 981, a bill to amend Title 38 United States Code to improve the process to approve programs of education for purposes of the educational assistance programs of the Department of Veterans Affairs and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to remove the gentleman from California, Mr. Liccardo, as co-sponsor of H.R. 1229.
Without objection. Have it.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection. Gentleman is correct. The House is not in order. The House will be in order. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have seen firsthand the courage, the grit, and the sacrifice that define our nation's armed forces. I have also seen the financial strain that far too many of our military families endure while they answer the call to serve. While these men and women sacrifice daily for our country, their pay is still fully taxed by the federal government. Our service members have defended freedom at home and abroad. They have fought for us, and it is past time that we fight for them. That is why this week I introduced my first bill in Congress, the Fighter Act, to provide long overdue tax relief to America's active duty service members. This is more than a tax policy. It is a message of gratitude. Now is not the time for more words, but action. I urge my colleagues to stand with our warfighters, to support the Fighter Act, and to give our heroes the relief they have earned. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise this evening to recognize the 8th anniversary of Black Maternal Health Week, founded by Black Mamas Matter Alliance. I just want to take a moment to honor the life and legacy of my constituent, Fatima Carter. I share with you a stunning portrait of her, painted by Omari Maynard and of the Arari Foundation. Through an initiative called In Her Honor, the Arari Foundation and Mothering Justice uplift the lives of women like Fatima, black mothers who should still be with us today. A proud member of Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority, Fatima worked for Abbott Nutrition and was a devoted stepmother to her teenage daughter, China Carter. After multiple heartbreaking miscarriages, Fatima and her family were preparing to welcome her daughter, Cameron Carter. Because Fatima lived with type 1 diabetes, her pregnancy was considered high risk. After a medical appointment where concerns about preeclampsia were raised, Fatima went to sleep and she never woke up. The coroner listed sudden cardiac death as the cause. But we know it was more than that. It was the result of our healthcare system that too often ignores black women's pain, and we will not allow her story to be forgotten. We'll not stop until justice, safety, and dignity in birth are guaranteed for all. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Montana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in recognition of my bill, the Safeguarding American Property Act. House Republicans have sent a clear message to criminal illegal aliens in the 119th Congress. If you break our laws, you go home. Earlier this year, we passed the Laken Riley Act. My Safeguarding American Property Act builds on the good work of the Laken Riley Act by expanding the bill to include property crimes like trespassing and arson as deportable offenses. Mitigating these types of property crimes is a particularly important challenge for border states and rural districts like mine, which often have vast distances between homes and businesses and in which law enforcement resources are often spread thin. This bill sticks up for those communities and upholds the fundamental American value of respecting property rights by providing additional legal requirements that ensure federal immigration law is properly enforced. I urge all of my colleagues to support the Safeguarding American Property Act to further strengthen the good policies codified in the Laken Riley Act. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, after Trump's so-called Liberation Day, the stock market cratered. American businesses halted investments because of the economic uncertainty. Families in Arizona saw the retirement accounts and 401ks nosedive. The biggest financial firms in the country predicted a recession. Now, of course, President Trump caved today, and that was actually the right thing to do. But this constant whiplash may make for a good episode of The Apprentice, but it is no way to run the most powerful nation and the largest economy in the world. The framers of the Constitution wisely gave Congress, not the President, power over trade and international commerce. My colleagues and I introduced a resolution to this body yesterday reasserting that critical authority. Even a few brave Republicans are willing to stand up to President Trump and their own party on this critical issue. But sadly, Speaker Johnson decided to go a different direction. He tucked language into a procedural vote that bans these Republican and Democratic resolutions from coming to the floor for a vote, not even a vote. He's trying to avoid Republicans going on record against supporting Trump's chaos because he knows the American people are sick and tired of this. Enough is enough, Mr. Speaker. We can end this right now.
The gentleman's time has expired.
I'll yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor and thank Deb DeLuca for her dedicated service as Executive Director of the Duluth Seaway Port Authority. Deb is currently the 8th director in Port Authority history and is the first woman to hold this title. Since 2018, Deb has seamlessly overseen the largest freshwater port in the world. This has been no small feat, as the Port of Duluth Superior welcomes 900 vessels each year and, on average, handles 35 million tons of cargo. With Deb at the helm, the Port Authority has achieved many successes. Under her leadership, more than $35 million in port-related projects have been initiated, and freight transport efficiently and capacity has increased.
I have worked closely with Deb since my arrival in Congress in 2019. I have always enjoyed working with her, and I appreciate her partnership and guidance over the years. The Port of Duluth Superior and the surrounding communities are better off because of her leadership and expertise. I wish Deb a happy and restful retirement, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, across the country, Head Start lives up to its name. It provides quality early childhood education so that working class families can get ahead. But right now, Head Start is under attack from Donald Trump and Republicans in this chamber. They froze program funds, closed regional offices, and forced mass layoffs of those who administer Head Start. Worse still, Republican budget proposals open the door to hundreds of billions of dollars in cuts to Head Start. Recently, I visited a Head Start provider in Woonsocket, Rhode Island, to hear from those who rely on the great program. I met with Savannah, who told me that Head Start is how she provided her children with safety, stability, and education after years of struggling. Head Start helps families like Savannah's break the cycle of trauma, fostering resilience and creating lasting change. Mr. Speaker, let's choose a better path for our vulnerable neighbors. Let's protect Head Start. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate my high school alma mater, the Christopher Columbus Explorers, for winning the National Basketball Championship. After securing their 4th consecutive state championship in Florida's Class 7A, the Explorers made school history by capturing their first national title and county history as the only Miami-Dade County high school to ever win a national basketball title. These young men have demonstrated relentless dedication and perseverance throughout the season. I am proud to see that their hard work and commitment was rewarded. I would like to extend my congratulations to Coach Andrew Moran, his staff, and the entire team on this remarkable accomplishment. Through unity, tradition, and excellence, they have cemented their place in Columbus and Miami-Dade County history. Adelante, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor a remarkable human being, a dear friend, Francie Pepper. Francie, at her core, was a mom and a grandmother, but also an advocate, a philanthropist, and a champion for women and children. Francie led enormous change for survivors of domestic violence. It's just one of many examples of the impact she had, but a critical one. She never stopped fighting for what she knew was right. Her home in Cincinnati was a place for community and community change. She built coalitions and inspired generations of public servants, including me. Francie wasn't just a leader, she was a force. I am who I am in part because of her. And that's true for so many of us. We are the beneficiaries of her grit and her toughness and her love. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to honor the remarkable heroism of the 1st Marine Division of the United States Marine Corps and their actions during the Battle of Okinawa. One of those heroes was my father, who's a corporal, who was pictured here beside me. This April marks the 80th anniversary of the start of the brutal Battle of Okinawa. Actually, it started April 1st, which began on Easter Sunday in the Pacific, Mr. Speaker. The battle was the final and critical push to free Asia from the grip of evil. The 1st Marine Division was tasked with clearing the northern half of Okinawa, accomplishing this mission swiftly. When reassigned to take the other half of the island, they faced fierce resistance from the Japanese, fighting at key locations like Sugarloaf Hill and Shuri Castle. At the base of Shuri Castle, right there is where my dad's pictured. While my father was fortunate enough to survive and return home to a grateful nation, his division endured unimaginable losses, with 1,655 men killed in action. Their sacrifice is a solemn reminder of the bravery, sacrifice, and unbreakable spirit of not only the Marine Corps, but of the greatest generation. We just don't know the sacrifices that they made, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank you and yield the remainder of my time.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, it is with a heavy heart that I rise on the floor today as people across the Dominican diaspora are united in solidarity to mourn the devastating tragedy in Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic. Following the collapse of a roof at a nightclub, 124 individuals lost their lives, and 150 are still injured, and yet many still missing. I want to express my deepest condolences to the families of each of the victims and embrace them during this time of hurt. And to all of those who have been affected by this heartbreak event, we stand in solidarity with you. Your pain is our pain, and your grief is felt by all who hear you. In this moment of profound sorrow, our thoughts and prayer are with the victims and their families. Le escuchamos a ustedes, estamos con ustedes, las víctimas, su familia, las oraciones nuestras están en nuestros corazones hacia ustedes. Que Dios lo bendiga a todos. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman will provide a translation, and the gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Elon Musk said recently in a Joe Rogan podcast, the fundamental weakness of Western civilization is empathy. He further said that empathy has been weaponized. This is consistent with his statement that Social Security is a Ponzi scheme, not the program that has saved the lives and the livelihood of countless Americans. This is the philosophy of the world's richest man, Elon Musk. Let me contrast that philosophy with that which was expressed in Matthew 25. For I was hungry, and you gave me something to eat. I was thirsty, and you gave me drink. I was a stranger, and you took me in. I was naked, and you clothed me. I was sick, and you ministered to me. I was in prison, and you visited me. Then the righteous will answer, Lord, when did we see you hungry, thirsty, a stranger, naked, sick, or in prison? And he will answer, when you did this for the least of my brothers, you did it for me. Empathy, not the weakness of Western civilization, the bedrock of Western civilization. Mr. Speaker, I yield my time.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I'd like to make a unanimous request to speak for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I think one more time I have to point out a little bit the perverse incentives of our welfare state. I'll just mention one type right now. Section 42, low-income housing. Section 42, low-income housing is very generous to property developers who wind up only having to pay for 30% of the cost of their housing. But worse, because it is new housing, I had a staffer looking for a new apartment building with her new husband, and they found out the best apartments in town were the low-income housing. In order to be eligible for low-income housing, you almost certainly can't be married. In order to be eligible, you can't be working very hard. I think this body ought to get out of the business of encouraging people not to work hard, and they especially ought to get out of the business of discriminating against people who are married with children. I sure hope that this body, when we finally deal with the reconciliation bill, gets rid of these perverse anti-marriage incentives. Thank you very much.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Hawaii seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to support the workers and families of Maui, still recovering from the devastating wildfires of 2023. Displaced workers continue to drive Maui's recovery, rebuilding homes, clearing debris, restoring infrastructure, and supporting their communities. The National Dislocated Worker Grant has been vital in funding such disaster recovery work and providing job training, temporary employment, and career services to wildfire survivors. I am grateful to the Department of Labor for awarding Hawaii $2.5 million in dislocated worker grant funding. While this is a step in the right direction, the livelihoods of displaced workers, the health of our local economy, and the long-term trajectory of Maui's recovery remain in the balance. We must continue working to secure all remaining dislocated worker funds available, $8 million, to ensure the program continues through September 2025. We can and must give our local workers this certainty during an uncertain time. Without these funds, we risk losing momentum in the recovery and leaving workers without crucial support. Maui's recovery is not just a priority, it's a promise to those who've lost so much. I will keep fighting to ensure that promise is kept. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Chair, I rise today in vigorous opposition to occupant Trump's hostile and insecure attacks on Black history. Black history is American history. Dictators tried to shutter museums, censor history, and whitewash the truth. But we know the truth. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that centuries of bondage and enslavement brutalized Black bodies and tore apart Black families, that Black women have been the mother of movements, that Black folks have endured redlining and pay disparities, and yet still we rise. Black brilliance exists in every corner of this nation, from the stage to the court, to the classroom, to the halls of Congress. I want every single person, certainly every single child who calls this nation home, to walk into our Smithsonian museums, including our beautiful Blacksonian, and see our collective history, accurate history, on full display. I want them to see themselves in our struggles and our triumphs. I want them to be inspired by the lyrics of Etta and the speeches of Malcolm and the leadership of Fannie Lou. It is by studying our history we learn how to overcome the systems of oppressions, the reckless whims of petulant men thirsty for power and the will of dictators. My Blackness is beautiful, and Black history is American history. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the United States has not had a trade surplus in over half a century. Trade deficits translate into lost jobs and lost wealth for the American people. Balancing U.S. trade accounts is an imperative and a worthy objective, but Trump administration tariffs on the American people's purchases are taxes that cost them more money on everything, a lot more for food, for gas, for building materials, for cars, for trucks, for everything. So today, after the market bled off nearly $10 trillion in lost U.S. wealth last week, the president adjusted some tariffs. But nothing he did is reshoring American reinvestment here in our country. Our nation imports 3/4 of our fruits and vegetables. We need agricultural reinvestment here in the good old USA. NAFTA caused the cataclysmic outsourcing of U.S. manufacturing in autos and trucks. The president should focus on incentives to reshore U.S. production, not build more barriers. Focus on free trade among free people. Help us with our best trade allies, Canada, especially those of us who live in the North. We believe in our fair trade partners around the world. Build on
time
success.
Has expired.
The American people need economic growth, not any more tourniquets around their necks because of tariffs. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Maryland seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to urge my colleagues to take action to protect Social Security from defunding by the administration. For me, for my colleagues, for many Americans, we see Social Security as not just a program, but it is a lifeline for millions of hardworking Americans, including the more than 136,000 Social Security recipients in my 6th district of Maryland alone. It is a promise made to every worker who contributes a portion of their hard-earned paycheck to a system throughout their career. It is not an entitlement. It is an earned benefit. And for many, Social Security is the primary source of income and retirement, lifting millions out of poverty and ensuring they have a dignified life after a lifetime of hard work. Yet under this administration, the Social Security Administration is crumbling. Reports released last week show that deep staffing cuts, indiscriminate cost-cutting measures, and a focus on eliminating supposed fraud have crippled the agency's ability to deliver these hard-earned benefits. The value of Social Security cannot be overstated. It's an essential program. In sum, I will fight to ensure Social Security remains funded, properly staffed, and accessible to all who earned it. Thank you, and I yield my time.
The gentlewoman yields. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the Chair.
The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to meet at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Without objection. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.